Grease brings the wicked. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1: The Blessing of 996. If someone had told Lorne a month ago that 996 was a blessing for the company, as a slave worker, he would have said yes, 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 and then continued to work overtime to catch up with the progress, while in his heart he had some super friendly sports with the female relatives of his bald boss, hoping to add a few more pages to the other party's household registration book. However, at this moment, Lorne found that his blessing seemed to have really arrived. It's just that the process seemed to be more underworld. In the crib, made of yew wood, Lorne looked at his chubby little hands in front of him, pressed his soft chest, and sighed helplessly. Sudden cardiac death caused by arrhythmia. There is no way. It's an old killer of social animals, and several nearby office buildings have been visited. But Lorne didn't expect that this wave of performance in the underworld this year would rush to him. Damn it, can't you hold on for a few more days? My full attendance year-end bonus. Lorne, who was lying on the crib, clenched his fists with resentment, and his heart was extremely sad and angry. But then, he looked at the furnishings around him, and his depressed mood for more than a month was diluted a lot. The white marble palace was majestic and elegant, and the walls were carved with exquisite and delicate patterns and powerful reliefs of figures. Although the pottery vases on the table were crudely crafted, they were inlaid with huge gems, and the cups and plates were luxurious gold and silver utensils. Even the baby's bed was hung with crystal wind chimes. It seemed that as compensation for his early death in his previous life, he successfully changed his job from a mule and horse-kneeling soldier to a Roman nobleman, and had an independent sea view villa as soon as he was born. Lorne stretched out his short hands to grab the edge of the baby's bed, poked his head out, and looked at the green lawn outside the window with his spiritual eyes. Several maids in linen dresses were carefully surrounding a beautiful girl of the same age in the center like stars surrounding the moon. The girl's rosy face was glowing with youth. Her watery eyes were overflowing with innocent childishness. Her smooth neck and chest exuded temptation, and her white and elegant tunic could not hide the wildness in her bones. Under the fearful gaze of the maids, the beautiful girl ran barefoot on the hill, covered with green grass, sometimes humming a ballad accompanied by the pleasant music of the old shepherd's double pipe shepherd's flute in the forest, and sometimes coming to the dangerous cliff, facing the rolling waves, and stretching her waist to dance. No one could imagine that this was a young woman who had just given birth for more than a month. "Your Highness, please slow down. Please slow down, Your Highness." The maids shouted in fear, and after repeated persuasion, the beautiful princess came to the garden to stroll in dismay, choosing a safer postpartum recovery exercise. For example, they put ivy wreaths on each other's heads as flower decorations, or when the sound of a wide-horned bull came from the pasture, they imitated the sound of the bull with interest and responded together, and chuckled together. "It seems that I have met a mother who can toss in this life." Lorne, who was lying on the crib, secretly complained a few words, and turned his eyes around. This is a lush hill, close to the sea in the west. The blue sea surface rises and falls, like a large piece of emerald. The east is adjacent to the city. The stone buildings along the line are scattered with ancient charm, and in the distant port, there are several simple sailing boats. Obviously, the world that Lorne is in now is not the era he is familiar with. Judging from the bias of the architectural system and the characteristics of the environment, it seems to be an ancient society in the style of ancient Greece. Fortunately, I was born into a good family, and don't have to continue to work like a cow or a horse. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare to make a living in the feudal era. Hula. The moist sea breeze blew open the delicate gauze curtains in front of the window, and poured into the house with a unique fishy and salty smell. Haha, it turns out that my little lion is awake. The graceful figure walked briskly to the crib, picked up the little one who was clinging to the edge, gently held him in his arms, and paced in the house. The smiling face washed away the wildness of the girl, and exuded the unique tenderness of a mother. The baby, who was teased intimately, tried to get his head out of the mother's embrace, and his smart eyes revealed deep depression. Although reincarnation is a good fate, what bothers him most at the moment is that there is an adult soul living in the body of this baby. Facing a mother who was younger than himself in the previous life, Lorne couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the postpartum recovery just now also consumed a lot of energy for the mother. The simple mother-child interaction did not last long. Lorne was put back in the crib. The beautiful princess sat in front of the windowsill, staring at the sky infatuatedly. It seems that she is looking forward to something. Boom. Thunderbolts fell, and the sea was surging. Thick dark clouds covered the sky. The suppressed thunder came from the low-hanging clouds from time to time, and the whole mountain gradually became dim. Is it going to rain? Lorne yawned in the crib, feeling a little sleepy. However, the princess in front of the window stood up excitedly, her amber eyes showing deep joy. She quickly readjusted her makeup and rushed to the porch. At the same time, a muscular figure appeared in front of the door, smiling and opening his arms, hugging the girl who was running towards him. The girl blushed and looked up, her beautiful eyes full of admiration and joy. Lord Cronites, you are finally here. Oh, so this is the name of my cheap father. Lorne, who was eavesdropping on the edge of the cradle, looked at the father who appeared outside the door for the first time since he was born, frowned, and a hint of inexplicable murmur rose in his heart. Cronides? Strange, why does this name sound a little familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere? Sorry, Semele, my love, I have been busy lately. As soon as the journey was over, I thought of coming to see you first. On the corridor, the handsome young man with silver shoulder-length hair and star-like eyes spoke sweet love words and told some interesting stories during the journey. The masculine charm exuded in his every move has completely conquered the princess in love. Her body is half leaning on her lover's chest, the love in her eyes is getting stronger and hotter, and her pretty face is flushed like a beautiful rose in full bloom. At this moment, looking through the screen window at the parents, who seem to have only each other in their eyes, Lorne in the cradle, is full of disbelief. Damn, no way. As we all know, it is quite rude and offensive for servants to call their masters by their names, no matter what era. In addition, his birth seems to have been deliberately concealed by his mother, and the castle has not seen outsiders for the past month, so Lorne officially learned the full name of his mother today. At the same time, the corresponding information also emerged in his mind one after another. Semele, the daughter of Cadmus, the builder of Thebes, and Harmonia, the goddess of harmony, and the descendant of Ares, the god of war. As the memories of the text surged in his mind, Lorne finally remembered the origin of the name Cronides. Cronides means son of Cronus, which is a pseudonym of the god King Zeus when he was having an affair in the underworld. It turned out to be the vest of the human-shaped sea drill of Olympus. No wonder there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. By the way, the place where Lorne worked in his previous life was a game company that created works based on heroic epics and folk legends from various countries. As an outstanding employee of the year, he naturally had a good knowledge reserve of myths and legends. After judging the prominent status of his parents through their real names, Lorne couldn't help but look at his tender hands and was stunned. If the name is correct, then isn't he the legendary Dionysus? The one who was cursed by Hera and went crazy for half his life, but in the future miraculously replaced the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, and became one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, the god of wine. The absurd idea did not last long, and Lorne immediately shook his head with doubt in his eyes. But this is obviously wrong. According to Hesiod's Theogony and other related legends of ancient Greek mythology, Zeus and the Theban princess Semele had an affair, which was discovered by his legitimate wife Hera. When Hera learned about it, she was very jealous and became a relative of the princess. She instigated the princess to ask Zeus to see the posture of the god Zeus to verify Zeus's love for her. Zeus could not resist the princess's request and showed his true divine body. As a result, Semele was burned in thunder and fire. At that time, Semele was already pregnant. Zeus finally rescued the premature baby and sewed him in his thigh until he was full term before taking him out. Because when he was in Zeus's thigh, Zeus walked like a lame man, so he was named Dionysus, which means Zeus's lame leg. Simply put, Dionysus, the god of wine, was born after his mother Semele died. Did I remember it wrong? Or are the names of the parents just a coincidence? Puzzled, Lorne could not help but doubt his own judgment. At this moment, under the embrace and admiration of Princess Semele, the silver-haired young man Cronides picked up his delicate lover by the waist and stepped into the hall. But then, he stopped and looked at the cradle in the house with a frown. "Ah, I was so happy to see you, just now that I forgot to tell you about the birth of the child." Semele came back to her senses, her cheeks flushed, and she quickly jumped shyly from her lover's arms, holding his broad palm, and came to the cradle to show off. "Look, his eyes and hair are so much like yours." However, the silver-haired young man in the room did not answer, but just stood there in a daze, looking deeply at the new life in the cradle. "Are you unhappy?" The unexpected coldness made the princess look back in surprise. How could that be? This surprise was so sudden that I was a little surprised. The silver-haired young man came back to his senses and showed an infectious smile, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. "Didn't the doctor say last time that the pregnancy period was still a few months?" "Yes, the delivery time is much earlier than expected, but this child is very obedient and didn't make me suffer too much." The princess nodded and explained, leaning sweetly on her lover's shoulder. At the same time, Lorne looked at the parents who were showing their affection in front of him, and his mouth twitched slightly. "Well, it really is. This is considered premature birth, so blame me." After getting the exact answer, Lorne's little head was like a mess. "I didn't win 50 cents in the lottery normally, but this time I was reborn and got a big wave. Not only is he a member of the blood royal family of ancient Greece, but he is also a candidate for one of the 12 main gods of Olympus in the future. Of course, if you want to succeed in getting to the top and live a stable life, you have to ask the Queen Hera, who is known as the mistress killer and illegitimate child killer, whether she agrees. You know, the mistresses and illegitimate children who died directly or indirectly at her hands can at least play 3 tables of mahjong. But don't panic, as long as your teammates don't give up, you can still do it. Lorne glanced at his princess mother, who was obviously a bit in love, and muttered to himself, "You must not be fooled by Hera, and insist on seeing Zeus's true body. Of course, just in case, if it really comes to that, I will stop you, even if I have to use all my strength. As long as you survive Hera's pursuit, the hard days will be over." While Lorne was thinking, he secretly glanced at the legendary king of gods Zeus, and he felt a little entangled. Should I build a good relationship with this cheap old man in advance? With him, you don't even have to be afraid of Hera's pursuit, just go to easy mode. The more he thought about it, the more he was tempted. He looked at Zeus's thigh, the thickest in Greece. "You've been very hard these days, dear." At the same time, the god king, who went by the alias of Cronides, seemed to have recovered from the shock of having a son. He also squeezed out a smile on his tense face, and a soft male voice sounded softly in his lover's ear. "By the way, dear, I have prepared the most brilliant gift for you when you return from this long journey, as a proof of our love." The princess, who was immersed in love, couldn't help but brighten up. "Really? Where is it?" Zeus caressed his lover's hair lovingly. His voice was unusually gentle. "Close your eyes first." The princess nodded gently and closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Boom. Thunder raged in the sky, dark clouds boiled outside the window, and a flash of light flashed by. The handsome face with its back to the princess was filled with iron-like coldness under the reflection of thunder. In the cradle, Lorne, who was thinking about how to hold his nose and hug his thigh, glanced at him inadvertently and was slightly stunned. "Strange, why does it feel like this, cheap old man?" Crack. In an instant, a series of explosions came from far away, and dozens of electric fires fell quickly, piercing through the roof and pouring towards the 2 figures hugging tightly in the center. The beautiful and fragile girl melted instantly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The miserable thunder continued to roll, and the scorching flames erupted and burst, witnessing this love like light and fire. Everything is collapsing. Everything is melting. Crack. The towering palace was torn in half and collapsed, and the hill that could not bear the weight disintegrated, carrying the wreckage of the palace and falling into the turbulent ocean. The U-cradle carrying the new life fell into the icy waves along with the collapsed palace and rocks. There was no time to react. The world in Lorne's eyes was only cold and dark, and the voice of grief and indignation accumulated in his small chest. NMD, WSM. Boom. In front of the cliff covered by lightning, the silver-haired figure stopped and looked at the pieces of yew trees piled on the foam. He frowned slightly and stepped forward. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, several star-like lights lit up in the night sky, reflecting the outline of a towering mountain in the clouds. Someone lit the holy fire. Zeus didn't know what he was thinking. His face froze, and he subconsciously retracted his steps. The tall figure disappeared in the extinguished lightning. Chapter 2. Welcome to the resurrection game. It was so dark and cold. Lorne felt as if he was immersed in the deep sea, falling and falling. Endless tides poured into his body, drowning his senses bit by bit. Here, time lost its concept, and space lost its dimension. Until a mysterious female voice, like the sound of nature, sounded in his ears. Well, is that so? Interesting. Splash. With the crisp sound of water coming out of the dark, a hand pulled him out of the maddening silence, and the world in front of him suddenly had sound and color. Everything began to become vivid. Ahem. Like a drowning person, Lorne subconsciously lay on the ground and coughed for a while. When the suffocation in his lungs disappeared, he raised his head and observed the surroundings. The dry earth was full of cracks, and the sky was a chaotic dim yellow. There seemed to be water waves flowing above. Several dead trees like the arms of the dead protruded from the soil and grew in the wilderness. Several ravens stopped on the black branches to comb their feathers. In front of him, a tall woman holding a lantern, wearing a veil, wearing a black dress, and with purple hair draped over her shoulders, stood quietly at the intersection. She looked at him with interest for a moment, and then stretched out her hand. "Are you awake? Let's go." "Where to?" Lost in a daze, Lorne was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked, and at the same time he suddenly found that his current state was not the appearance of a baby, but the outline of an adult in his previous life. The purple-haired woman pursed her lips, outlining a trace of joy. "The Hades. I'm dead. It's just a matter of time." After a moment of silence, Lorne reacted with a face as black as the bottom of a pot and squeezed out gloomy words with his teeth. "Fuck, is this how you play it? The life that should have been rich turned into nothing. The mother that should have been saved turned into ashes. The throne that should have been ascended was just a bubble. The father who should have given him a new life destroyed him with his own hands." He didn't understand why the real destiny was completely different from the records in the theogony. What is the truth behind everything? What is the answer behind it? After all the ups and downs, Lorne's expression was gloomy and depressed. The purple-haired woman looked at the illusory figure in front of her, smiled and lifted her chin, and spoke leisurely. "Do you want to live?" In an instant, Lorne's grey eyes burst out with a strong desire and longing for survival. He suddenly looked up at the mysterious goddess, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and nodded fiercely. "Live. I want to live." He lived in a mudhole in his previous life. If he died in this life in such an unclear way, it would be a double shame. He wanted to live, find out all the ins and outs while alive, and then take revenge and chop that cheap old man to pieces. Even if that was Zeus. Want to live? The purple-haired goddess raised the corners of her lips and revealed a subtle smile. "Yes, but the Hades has never let go of souls casually. So, make a bet with me. If you win, I will let you return to the world." As she said that, the purple-haired goddess couldn't wait to spread out her palms, and two exquisite dodecahedrons made of serpentine instantly caught Lorne's eyes. They were two uniquely shaped dice, each side of which was engraved with red and black ancient Greek letters that seemed to represent numbers. Lorne was stunned to see the other party take out professional equipment in a blink of an eye, and the eager eyes. Damn, how can there be a gambler among the gods of death? But soon, Lorne was relieved. The bad habit of gambling has a long history in human culture. This is even more true in Greece. For example, the origin of poker can be traced back to the Minoan civilization more than 3,500 years ago. The famous pottery painting Achilles and Ajax playing dice describes the gambling entertainment activities of the two great heroes in the Trojan War in their spare time. Similarly, in Greek mythology, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon played a game of rolling dice to divide the universe between them. And we think that rolling two sixes in a dice game is lucky, which also has ancient origins. Thousands of years ago, rolling two sixes was called Aphrodite's roll, which means winning the game. Since there is a trace to follow, it proves that there is still hope for survival. Lorne couldn't help but feel excited and look deeply at the nameless goddess in front of him. So, what is the price? There is no free lunch in the world. He is not stupid and naturally understands this truth. A trace of obvious surprise appeared on the face of the purple-haired goddess, and she looked at the figure between the virtual and the real in front of her with interest. There is a great terror between life and death. In the face of the temptation of life, even heroes and gods often cannot remain calm and fall into madness in order to grasp that glimmer of possibility and are willing to give up everything. In such a situation, people who can still remain rational first are indeed interesting. Your soul. The purple-haired goddess smiled slightly, and her cherry lips under the veil opened slightly, and her dark eyes were like a bottomless abyss. If you lose, give me your soul. It seems that there is something I haven't seen before. Hiss, although I have a hunch that the bet will not be so simple. This condition feels more like the temptation of the devil. While Lorne was complaining, he suddenly found that his soul was not in the shape of a baby, but in the outline of an adult. Only those eyes were as pure as a child. No wonder. After figuring out why the goddess was interested in him, Lorne understood and looked around. This silent wilderness seemed endless, with no beginning and no end. After thinking for a long time, Lorne sighed. How to bet? There was no way. The temptation of life was indeed irresistible to him. Moreover, in the territory of this goddess, he seemed to have no power to refuse. Alas, the days of the upper nobles have not passed for a month, and they are about to play the resurrection match. This luck is really fucked up. At this moment, the nameless goddess who received the response pursed her cherry lips slightly, and the smile on her face seemed to be a little stronger, and her tone was a little happy. It's very simple. Compare the size. As she said that, the goddess handed one of the dice to Lorne, and raised her white wrist, wanting to throw the dice of fate. Wait. Lorne hurriedly stopped him, looking at the goddess with a faint flickering gaze. This doesn't seem fair to me. If you use supernatural power in the gambling game, how can I win? If it's a game that I'm bound to lose, then I refuse. Okay, I promise not to use divine power in the gambling game. The goddess thought for a moment, nodded in concession, and raised her hand again. Wait. With another urgent stop, the goddess frowned slightly, and the smile on her face obviously faded a lot. Do you have any other conditions? It's too arbitrary to determine the winner in one game. Then, 2 out of 3 games? 10 games. Lorne made the request with a brave face, and asked for a lion's mouth directly. As long as my points are equal to or greater than yours in one of the 10 games, I win. Only in this way will I be willing to bet on my soul. A brief silence lasted for a few seconds. The goddess looked at the figure in front of her seriously, and spoke with a smile. You should have no other conditions, right? Under the goddess's dim gaze, Lorne felt the pressure like a mountain. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously and nodded stiffly, not daring to continue to push forward. 3 times is not enough. Now that he has gained enough favorable conditions for himself, if he continues to do it, he is worried that he will be slapped into a quarter code by the goddess in front of him. Since a consensus has been reached, both parties loosened their 5 fingers at the same time and dropped the 12-sided dice in their hands. In the first game, Lorne had 7 points and the opponent had 9 points. Fortunately, the gap is not big, there is a chance. While comforting himself, Lorne took a deep breath and continued to throw the dice to the stone floor on the ground. In the second game, Lorne had 8 points and the opponent had 10 points. In the third game, Lorne had 4 points and the opponent had 6 points. In the fourth game, Lorne had 1 point and the opponent had 3 points. The 5th round, the 6th round, the 7th round, the 8th round, Lorne had 11 points, the opponent had 12 points. The continuous defeats made Lorne's face look uglier and uglier. It was not so easy to gamble with the gods. Even though they agreed not to use the power of the gods, her control over her body and her gambling skills were already beyond the reach of ordinary people. I'm afraid that, as long as the goddess wanted to, she could easily do it by throwing any number. There were only the last 2 left. Lorne's hands had begun to tremble slightly, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes remained firm. There was a chance. There was still a chance. As long as he could get 12 points, he would definitely win. According to the agreement, whether the points were equal to or greater than the opponent's, he would win. So from the beginning, Lorne did not expect to beat the goddess in front of him with other points. His bet was just a chance to throw 12 points in one of the 10 rounds, just a slight possibility he had fought for himself. Lorne took a deep breath, silently prayed in his heart, and threw the 12-sided dice again. The dark green serpentine rolled on the stone floor, and finally stopped at the side with a lightning mark and a dark red corresponding letter 12 o'clock. It's really 12 o'clock. Seeing the answer in front of him, Lorne wiped his eyes, a little unbelievable. Then, a burst of uncontrollable surprise almost overwhelmed him. Win. I win. The sudden turn of events brewed into an excitement that could not be added. Lorne's face was filled with excitement and hope. Little guy, are you too happy too early? I haven't cast yet. The leisurely whisper echoed in her ears, and the goddess pursed her lips and gently let go. The free-falling 12-sided dice landed and rolled, and directly hit another dice in the corner. In an instant, the two dice made a dull collision sound, and after rotating separately for a few weeks, they finally stopped. The goddess scored 2 points, and Lorne scored 1 point. Oh, I'm so unlucky. It seems that I won. The goddess's face was full of regret, as if she regretted Lorne's misfortune. Of course, if you ignore the teasing in her eyes, it seems to be quite sincere. The sudden change, and the sudden turn of events made Lorne's face uncertain. Damn, I shouldn't have believed that these so-called scumbag gods would honestly follow the rules. Don't be discouraged, you still have one last chance. The goddess came forward and smiled comfortingly, her face full of encouragement. Lorne shook his head lightly and threw the 12-sided dice in his hand to the owner expressionlessly. No, I lost. This is an unequal gamble in itself. All he can hope for is that the other party abides by the rules and is willing to abide by the so-called fairness. Once the gods play tricks under this framework, no matter how ordinary people try and work hard, they will never win. Even if they try 100 times or 1,000 times, the result will still be the same. Hearing that Lorne had taken the initiative to admit defeat, the originally enthusiastic goddess suddenly felt bored and slowly raised her hand. If that's the case, then your soul. Wait. Lorne, who should have been sitting there waiting to die, suddenly raised his head with a sharp gaze. I want to bet with you again. Oh. Very interesting proposal. The goddess paused, raised her eyebrows with interest, but then put away her smile and suddenly changed the subject. But why? I have already won. Why should I bet with you again? Because our bet is one soul, but Lorne was not afraid, raised his hand, and pointed at himself, with a provocative sneer on his face. There are 2 chips. Strictly speaking, he has 2 lives. One comes from the past world, and belongs to himself. The other comes from the Greek age of gods, and belongs to the god of wine. As for whether this can be characterized as 2 independent souls, Lorne is not sure, but it was just a precaution when he hastily opened the market. In the quiet atmosphere, the goddess carefully looked at the figure in front of her, and her eyes became more playful. Is that the case? Interesting, really interesting. Okay, I'll bet with you. The goddess, who seemed to have discovered a new world, gladly accepted the invitation. It's done. At this moment, Lorne, who was tense all over, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the answer, and a smile of relief appeared on his stiff face. Sure enough, as long as he gave a passable reason, the other party would definitely take the initiative to persuade him to bite the hook and sit at the table again. Although he didn't understand the soul, he knew gamblers very well. As soon as the agreement was reached, the purple-haired goddess couldn't wait to turn the dice in her hand and wanted to throw it down. Then, when do we start? Wait a minute. Lorne raised his hand slightly and made a pause gesture and spoke solemnly. Last time you set the bet, so this time the method and rules should be chosen by me. Well, it's fair. The goddess thought about it, nodded slightly, and asked with interest. So, how do you want to bet? I don't know how to bet too complicated, so let's play it simple. Lorne thought for a moment, and gave a deep answer. Betting on the number of numbers. The rules are very simple. We take turns to choose numbers, count from 1 to 30 in turn, and can only count 2 consecutive integers each time. Whoever grabs 30 wins. If I win, you need to unconditionally let me return to the world. Okay. The goddess agreed without thinking. Her absolute strength made her feel superior and not afraid of any challenge. After explaining the rules, Lorne smiled and raised his hand gracefully. Well, for fairness, I set the rules, so you can count first. The goddess tossed the dice in her hand, nodded nonchalantly, and couldn't wait to enter the game. One. In the moment the goddess opened her mouth, Lorne's tense face couldn't help but relax. His eyes flickered faintly. This game. 1. The first update of 8K is completed. The character illustrations have not been signed and cannot be uploaded. After the review tomorrow, I will see if I can modify it or make a data card. Chapter 3. Since we are seeking excitement, we should carry it through to the end. 2-3 exclamation point. 456 exclamation point. After 2 rounds, the goddess paused slightly and frowned. 78 question mark. 9. 10. After 3 rounds, the goddess just opened her mouth and then changed her words. Wait. 1011. 12. And when it came to the 5th round, the goddess' silence was obviously prolonged for a long time. 13. 1415 exclamation point. Lorne still spoke without thinking. His expression became more and more relaxed, and he even had the leisure to appreciate the surrounding environment. At this moment, the goddess, who was originally calm and composed, had a somewhat frozen face and was reluctant to speak. Lorne's eyes swept around and fell on the nameless goddess in front of him, urging leisurely, "It's your turn. Haven't you thought about it yet?" The goddess bit her rosy lips under the veil. Her eyes were a little indignant. "It's really despicable. I prefer to call it human wisdom." Lorne spread his hands and showed an innocent expression on his face. "It's an unfair game to have people gamble with gods. It's understandable that the weaker party wants to win by using their brains, right?" Then, Lorne changed the subject and spoke frankly. "Besides, it seems that you volunteered to gamble with me. Wisdom? What a nostalgic word." The goddess thought of something, shook her head, looked at Lorne opposite her, threw down the dice in her hand, and clapped her hands with a smile. "Okay, you win." The dust settled, and the string in Lorne's mind that was stretched to the extreme finally relaxed, and a trace of relief appeared in the depths of his eyes. She actually noticed something wrong when she counted to the 5th round. The sharpness of the goddess in front of her is self-evident. Fortunately, this is a gamble that she will win from the beginning. Lorne's lips raised up, outlining a trace of joy, and recalled the gamble just now. This so-called fair game is not fair at all. As long as you let the other party report the number first, and make sure that, if the other party reports 1, you report 2. If the other party reports 2, you report 1, then the last 30 will definitely belong to you. Therefore, from the moment the other party agreed to report the number first, the outcome was already determined. This round, Lorne could not lose. Of course, in a sense, the opportunities are equal for both parties. As long as you can understand the rules before the game, and don't report the number first, the victory will also belong to the other party. But the goddess obviously didn't notice this in advance, and she casually agreed to the conditions, and fell into the pit, which eventually led to her own failure. And the reason why she lost was not because of the so-called weakness and ignorance. On the contrary, what hindered her was the arrogance bred by strength. However, having said that, it was not entirely her own credit to successfully lead the opponent into the pit. Lorne's face was full of gloom at this time, and he even began to grit his teeth. "I have to thank you 8 generations of ancestors for this. The old man who set up a stall at the intersection after school and cheated me out of my 100 yuan New Year's money. That was his first lesson, to realize the dangers of society, and made him deeply understand the truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and that 9 out of 10 gamblings are frauds." However, it was a few days later when he realized this, and this lesson bought with blood and tears is naturally engraved in his mind to this day. As agreed, "Congratulations on your new life, little guy." The leisurely murmur interrupted Lorne's thoughts. The goddess waved her white hands gently, and the dark sky formed a vortex of dark clouds. Looking up, Lorne seemed to see the shimmering water through the chaos. In the Greek age of gods, the underworld was under the earth and the deep sea. The sea was misty, and the morning sun shone through the layers of haziness and sprinkled on the water, reflecting a small outline. The way to life is just around the corner. The nameless goddess who fulfilled her promise also turned from real to virtual, and the desolate world gradually flickered like a candle. Everything seems to have settled. But is it really that simple? Lorne thought of the thunderbolt that pierced the sky, and the pair of cold and ruthless eyes. What's the point of saving a life from near death? Whether it's the vast ocean now, or Zeus who suddenly turned hostile before, without any help, even if he escaped by luck, he might not survive more than 3 episodes. It's even uncertain whether he can walk out of the resurrection point. You don't want me to live, right? Then everyone should say goodbye. The figure between the virtual and the real in the darkness grinned, like a devil grinning. I can give you my soul. Do you want it? The sudden temptation stabilized the stage that was about to end. The goddess turned around and raised her eyebrows with interest. So, what's the price? Make another bet with me. Similar conversations were uttered from opposite mouths, with a kind of time and space dislocation. The goddess was stunned, and then sneered playfully. Isn't it another trick of counting numbers? How could it be? Lorne's eyes flickered faintly, and his face immersed in darkness showed a crazy and strange smile. Whether it's rolling dice or counting numbers, it's too boring. This time, let's go big. How about we use the whole world as a gambling table? Oh, tell me about it. Suddenly, the goddess' eyes lit up, and she became very interested. Lorne looked up at the skylight reflected into the deep sea above his head. A grim smile appeared on his face, which was changing from real to fake, and he spoke word by word. Let's bet on whether I can overthrow Olympus. Originally, he had no ambitions and just wanted to be a day-to-day person and lie down, but this damp fate did not allow it. In this case, don't blame me for overturning the table. The goddess frowned and looked up with a smile. How do we bet on this? Do we have to bet on you losing? She did not refuse, nor did she agree. Since you are looking for excitement, then you should go all the way. So of course you should choose the one with the highest odds. High risk can bring higher returns. Lorne answered as a matter of course, his low tone exuding full temptation. Let me be the dice. You only need to throw it lightly, and you may be able to make 1,000 times the profit. Is there any game in the world more exciting than this? In an instant, the goddess's breathing became obviously faster, and even her figure became a little erratic. Obviously, she was moved. But soon, the goddess woke up and narrowed her eyes. You want me to help you? This is just a game. Lorne smiled non-committally, his eyes flickering faintly. Interesting. The goddess's eyes became more and more playful, and her tone was meaningful. I don't know if she was evaluating the soul in front of her, or the so-called game. But then, the goddess looked at the opposite side faintly and snorted. After all, the soul you promised me still hasn't come to me yet? Don't worry. If you want to get the reward, you should at least wait until I die, right? How can you crush the dice before the game starts? Lorne smiled happily, his eyes meaningful. And if I'm alive, can't I provide you with endless fun? There are only 2 endings. If I lose, you get the soul. If I win, you get more, and it's not a loss, no matter how you calculate it. Moreover, for the game itself, the unveiling of winning and losing is certainly interesting, but isn't the process of fighting a kind of enjoyment? Goddess, I have to say that you do have the potential to bewitch people. The goddess looked deeply at the soul in front of her, raised the corners of her lips, and touched the chest that was changing from real to virtual with her white fingertips. But it doesn't matter. I'm just playing a game. So, let's conclude the certificate and brand it here, and let the entertainment begin. Instantly, a strange burning sensation permeated Lorne's soul. In an instant, a ring made of black lines appeared on his chest. Looking down, it was like a circular maze surrounding a spiral, with endless roads and infinite mystery. But in Lorne's opinion, this thing on his body was more like a pork quarantine certificate. Moreover, it was the kind that was pre-ordered by the buyer. There was really no loophole left. Realizing the connection established with the goddess in front of him, Lorne sighed secretly. Fortunately, after this ring-shaped black mark outlined a complete outline, it quickly disappeared again, as if it had never existed. successfully sent himself to the vegetable market and sold it for a good price. But the good news is that at least he didn't have to sell it immediately. The situation was stronger than the person, and Lorne could only comfort himself in his heart with a smile. Then, the game begins. The goddess snapped her fingers happily, and the swirling clouds in the sky turned upside down, and a strange pulling feeling lingered around Lorne. As the illusory body gradually faded and disappeared bit by bit in this dim world, Lorne's heart finally landed steadily. This resurrection match was finally won. So, how should I call you, Your Highness? You can call me. The goddess's eyes flashed, and the corners of her lips rose. Persephone, the queen of the underworld? Lorne looked deeply at the goddess, who vowed solemnly, and sneered inwardly. The queen of the underworld is not bold enough to snatch people from Zeus. Of course, I'm afraid she doesn't have the ability to do so. But by the way, in different mythological records, some also say that the previous life of the god of wine Dionysus was the son of the king of gods Zeus and the queen of the underworld Persephone. So, you reported this name. Are you sure you don't want to take advantage of me? Lorne secretly complained. The long suppressed fatigue and exhaustion gradually came over him, making his eyelids heavier, and the world began to turn upside down. Since it's my dice, then roll a different number, and make this boring world more interesting. The murmur came from nowhere, and a 12-sided dice carved from serpentine fell from the goddess's hand. In the wilderness, the rosy lips under the veil outlined a shallow arc. Dangerous and beautiful. Don't die too early. Boom. In the real sky, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and dozens of spiral wind columns rose from the sky and fell into the sea, stirring up layers of waves. A storm at sea is about to come. In the dark sea, a simple floating board carrying a small body was tossing up and down, like a reed carrying ants on the water, in danger of capsizing at any time. But in the end, the surging waves rushed them to a dark floating island before the storm came. The float carrying the baby landed on the soft beach like a stranded fish. With a rustling sound of footsteps, a tall figure approached through the woods. Wearing clothes, walking upright, seems to be a human. After vaguely confirming the identity of the newcomer, and that he was generally not hostile, Lorne could no longer support himself due to the dual limits of psychology and physiology, and completely fainted. At the same time, a brisk and joyful female voice faintly sounded in his ears. Aha, look what I found. A cute little piglet. On the fine sand, the eagle-winged girl with pointed ears, long pink hair, and rainbow-like pupils looked at today's harvest and cheered excitedly. The contract has been signed, and readers are requested to invest in the new book. The more monthly tickets and recommendations you throw, the faster the update will be. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 4: Love and Devotion Family, 4K. Olympus, which means the place of light, is the home of the gods in the Greek world of the Age of Gods. The Olympian gods who control the world's power, the subordinate demigods of various systems, and a large number of nymphs and titans all live here. However, the holy mountain, which used to be sunny, prosperous, and noisy, is now shrouded in the cold and gloomy thunder, revealing a bit of deep-rooted depression. The nymphs and the mountain streams and the gods in the valleys and forests feel the fear from the soul, and they all crawl in the dark corners and caves, trembling. Boom. Several purple-red thunderbolts exploded in the lead gray clouds, and in an instant, a dazzling light burst out, illuminating the empty temple, reflecting 12 towering figures. So, what is the big deal that you lit the holy fire and urgently summoned me for? Sitting on the central throne, the king of Olympus opened his purple eyes. A gloomy look flashed across his eyes, and he looked at the gods on both sides of the hall. Under the majestic scrutiny of Zeus, the muscular young man wearing bronze armor, an eagle helmet, and surrounded by blood, couldn't wait to step forward and report loudly. Father, while you are having fun in the lower world, the remnants of Mount Othras have come to make trouble again. The high-pitched voice resounded throughout the temple, and was clearly heard by every main god. Zeus noticed the subtle gazes around him, and couldn't help but twitched his eyes slightly, wishing to strangle this legitimate son. Yes, the god of war, the legitimate son of him, and the queen of heaven Hera, was famous throughout Olympus for his hot temper and reckless behavior. Otherwise, why would he bring up such a big issue in public? While Zeus secretly gnashed his teeth, he glanced at his legitimate wife on the right, Queen Hera. Hera, the goddess of marriage and childbirth, sat on the golden throne, with beautiful curly hair pouring down from under her crown, revealing a majestic and serene expression. Her slender arms, as white as lilies, were folded on both sides, and her drooping eyelids covered a few rays of light in her eyes. Her expression was still as calm as water, as if she heard nothing. Seeing that his wife next to him was normal, Zeus calmed down, and with a gloomy face, he refocused his attention on his legitimate son Ares, and his voice was cold. How many titans can there be on Mount Othris? Can't we just send away the troublemakers? Do I have to do this little thing myself? Mount Othris has a similar meaning to Mount Olympus, and it was once the common residence of the 12 titans. But since he united a large group of brothers, sisters, and uncles to overthrow the rule of his old father Cronus 1,000 years ago, and threw him and his followers into Tartarus, Mount Othris has long lost its former glory. Facing the powerful rise of the Olympian gods, even if there are still titans on Mount Othris who are not convinced, they are just small fish and shrimps, basically unable to stir up any waves. Just for this so-called provocation, you want me, the king of gods, to do it myself? Are you, the god of war who is responsible for guarding Olympus, just a decoration? Zeus looked at his legitimate son who had many powers such as war, mutiny, battlefield, blood, and destruction, and his eyes became more and more unfriendly. Sensing his father's gaze, Ares couldn't help but straighten his chest, and a bit of pride appeared on his handsome face. Those titans entangled in front of the door have been dealt with by us, so there is no need to trouble the father. Hearing this, Zeus's face was slightly relieved, and his displeasure in his heart was reduced a little. This useless son finally did something useful. But now that the matter has been resolved, why did he summon me again? The god king, who was still confused, frowned, and signaled Ares to get to the point. Ares, the god of war, coughed and quickly stopped boasting, and got to the point. The leader of the titans in this rebellion is called Atlas. Although we have captured him, there are considerable disagreements on how to deal with him. I'm afraid it will be up to you to decide. Atlas. Zeus thought for a while, and spent a lot of effort, to find the identity of this chief culprit, from the complex and messy genealogy of the Age of Gods in his mind. Among the 12 titans, the son of the soul and wisdom titan Iapetus, the sky-holding titan famous for his courage. In addition, he has 2 more famous brothers. The prophet, Prometheus, and the late Noah Epimetheus. One of them was imprisoned on the Caucasus Mountains and tortured day and night for stealing the holy fire. The other died in the world-destroying flood with the old humans for blaspheming the gods. Was it revenge for his father? Or was it resistance for his brother? Or was it just a simple disobedience? Zeus sneered at the corners of his lips, and the look in the depths of his eyes became even darker. What a restless family. Father, that's right. For such stubborn rebels, all should be executed. Kill one to warn the rest. Only in this way can those mixed blood bastards outside know the majesty of our Olympus. Ares heard his father's unhappy tone and immediately threw out his own views with a strong smell of blood and cruel tyranny in his words and deeds. The main gods in the hall frowned and looked unfriendly. Even Zeus himself couldn't help but twitch his face a few times, and a little livid appeared on his face, and his eyes looked at Ares who was dancing with joy. Even the legitimate son of the titan of soul and wisdom Iapetus, their cousins of the same generation, are bastards. So what are they? The same kind? What about Olympus? Bastards? Sure enough, this idiot was disliked by the gods of the entire Olympus, and there was a reason. Father, the prosperity of Olympus is a foregone conclusion. There is no need to add to the killing because of the provocation of these reckless men. It is better to follow the custom and throw Atlas into Tartarus hell to show your tolerance. On the field, Apollo, the god of light and prophecy, smiled and stood up to express a different opinion. This is a handsome and sunny male god with a dignified appearance. His gestures reveal a poetic temperament. Under the crown woven from the branches of the myrtle and water lilies, his fragrant and slightly floating long hair hangs on his shoulders, which is elegant and unrestrained, making people feel good about him. No wonder he is admired by the muses. Tolerance to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. This kind of painless punishment will only make those mixed blood bastards outside think that we Olympus are weak and can be bullied. Yes, who felt that he was humiliated, snorted angrily, and called him mixed blood bastard all the time, causing the gods in the hall to frown. Among the 12 main gods, the one who reacted most violently was the messenger god Hermes, who was always smooth and kind to people. His mother was named Maia, the daughter of the Titan Atlas. Although in the intricate genealogy of Greece, blood connection does not mean closeness in relationship. But Here's words were undoubtedly equivalent to scolding him directly. And more than once, Hermes raised his hand and slightly pushed down the felt hat on his head, and spoke with a smile. I heard that when two armies face off on the battlefield, only the final winner is qualified to punish the loser. Am I wrong? Or has the world changed? Suddenly, Zeus, who was dancing with joy, froze all over, his face flushed red, and then the blue veins under his flesh twisted and wriggled like thick earthworms. His expression was both humiliated and manic. Hermes, shut up. Seeing his legitimate son so angry, Zeus narrowed his eyes on the throne. He realized that the bronze armor on Zeus was brand new, without a scratch, and it was obviously not like he had just experienced a fierce battle. But even so, the shiny new armor could not cover up the bruise on one side of his cheek. Combined with Hermes's words of yin and yang, it seems that in the duel with Atlas, his legitimate son is obviously the less decent party. After all, the dignified Titan, the best of the 3 generations, is not an object that a young man like Zeus can manipulate at will. Unexpected start, expected result. Zeus glanced at the rage on the field, wishing to strangle Hermes' legitimate son to death with his own hands, and shook his head secretly, with a touch of disappointment in his eyes. As a god of war, not only did he lose to his opponent, but he didn't even have the courage to admit it. What a waste. However, Zeus didn't notice his father's disdain at all, and only cared about quarreling with his 2 brothers. Seeing that Zeus was so angry that he even drew his dagger and was about to fight directly, Hermes, who was not very good at fighting, subconsciously moved back to avoid the focus. But Apollo was holding a golden arrow in one hand and a silver bow in the other, and was not afraid of the anger of this brother of the god of war. Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, placed her long fingers on the quiver intentionally or unintentionally. They were the offspring of the goddess of conservation, Leto. When their mother Leto was pregnant, Hera, the queen of heaven, was very jealous and ordered that the earth be forbidden to give her a place to give birth. Leto ran around everywhere and had nowhere to settle down. In the end, it was her sister, Asteria, the daughter of the shooting star, who turned into an island and stepped forward to accept her, so that the siblings were born safely. Therefore, for Zeus, the half-brother and Hera's biological son, the siblings have always been tit for tat. Enough. Get back. I'm not dead yet. Thunder roared in the sky, and the dull roar was filled with unparalleled oppression. The gods who were forming gangs and scolding each other saw Zeus's livid face, and their hearts trembled, and they sat back to their original positions honestly. But as the gods on the field shut up obediently, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. As the judge, Zeus still had a headache facing these 2 choices. 4,000 years had passed since the war between the gods of Mount Olympus and Mount Othryes, and those old things were thrown into Tartarus early by him. But the Titan's unruly nature made those who slipped through the net always pop up every now and then, provoking at the door, making Olympus restless. Facing these ungrateful blood relatives, Zeus was already tired. But direct execution was too heavy a punishment, and I don't know how the parties who had just been appeased felt. Throwing them into Tartarus was too light, and he felt a little unhappy. Just as Zeus frowned and was in a dilemma facing the 2 options, a calm and pleasant voice echoed in the temple. Father, why not banish him to the far west? The gods looked in the direction of the voice, and the one who proposed it was a heroic goddess with silver hair, a helmet on her head, and a white skirt covered with bronze snake armor. Zeus thought for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Athena, what do you mean? Since Atlas calls himself the Titan, let him hold up a corner of the sky, expand and consolidate the divine power of the sky and the chaos of the far west, and serve Olympus for life. Athena stroked her chest with one hand, and replied with a smile. Hearing this, Zeus looked at his daughter with approval, and nodded with satisfaction. As the god king who controls the sky, the expansion of the sky's domain means that his domain and authority will be strengthened. The gods on the scene also suddenly realized and were moved. As the Olympian gods of the same blood, the expansion of the sky's territory will more or less benefit them. Zeus glanced across the hall, took in the expressions of the gods, and then made the final decision. In that case, let's do as you say, Athena. The gods naturally had no objection to this way of handling things, which had no disadvantages but only benefits. Hearing that his grandfather would not be used as an example, Hermes secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled and joked. I thought your heroic appearance, in defeating the enemy in front of the battlefield, was already praised by people, but I didn't expect that your force would be overshadowed by your wisdom. So now is it too late to let the muses rewrite the lyrics and compose the music? Looking at Hermes' winking expression, the gods couldn't help but smile. Even the gloom on Zeus' face was reduced a lot. Looking at his son who was lively on the field, he laughed and scolded. Hermes, stop talking nonsense here. You are the fastest. Why don't you get out and escort Atlas to serve his sentence? Hermes, who was ordered around, looked aggrieved on the surface, but he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. After all, he was his grandfather. If he was escorted by him personally, he would suffer less and his mother Maia would have an explanation. After watching Hermes happily leave the temple, Zeus's eyes fell on Athena, the goddess of wisdom, and he became more and more satisfied. In terms of bravery, she was able to defeat Atlas and save the face of Olympus. In terms of wisdom, she was able to balance disputes and propose the best solution. She was simply a perfect daughter. But Zeus on the throne was thinking of something, and a gloomy color appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then he waved his hand lightly. Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, everyone retreat. The gods took the order and retreated, leaving one after another. After a while, the sacred fire representing the gathering swayed and jumped. In the empty and dark temple, the only one left, Zeus, sat alone on the throne, stroking the cold back of the chair, his eyes flickering faintly in the darkness. Really, is it just a coincidence? A sense of uneasiness for no reason made Zeus frown on the throne, and he started to step out of the temple, and his figure immediately disappeared in the thick night. Thanks to Mr. Saleri, Angelica, Inoha, Fingertip Nature, the ferryman on the Santa River, Chenziwu, Zemingyon and other readers for their awards, monthly tickets and recommendations, and thank you for your investment in the new book. Chapter 5 Hard, Fist Hard, 4K. The night was as dark as water. A dark meteor streaked across the sky and quietly landed in the palace of the three goddesses of fate. As the flashing lightning fell to the ground, the three goddesses of fate who lived in it opened their eyes one after another, and their deep pupils were as bright as the sea of stars. They were the daughters of Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night, among the original gods. They were responsible for spinning and weaving the fate of the gods and even the world. The eldest sister, Klos, was the weaver of fate and the goddess who controlled the fate of people at birth. Her duty was to personally take the thread of people's fate from the weaving wheel of fate and hand it to her second sister, Lachesis. This goddess of decision making of fate would measure the thread of fate with a ruler and hand over the fate events of varying lengths to her youngest sister, the goddess of the end of fate, Akporus. Finally, the goddess Akporus would cut the thread of fate with a sharp pair of fate scissors, and complete the formulation of the fate of a living being. These faint threads of fate intertwined and entangled in the starlit dome of the temple, outlining an extremely complex network that connects the beginning and end of all things in the world. At a glance, even Zeus, the king of gods, was shaken by the vast information and obscure divine power. Son of Cronus, why are you not consolidating your divine power in Olympus and visiting our temple late at night? What's the matter? The voices of some old and some young came in unison in the darkness, and the three goddesses of fate under the starlight looked down at the ruler of the Greek god age. Zeus, the king of gods, was not unhappy. Instead, he humbly bent down slightly and touched his chest, asking in a deep voice, "Respected goddesses of fate, I want to know, does the curse of the Titans still exist? You have asked us questions more than once, but no matter how many times you repeat them, the answer is still the same." Three voices of some old and some young responded calmly and in unison, and there was no ripple on the three faces that had grown from immature to mature and then to old. son of Cronus, even you cannot eradicate the curse in this bloodline. Don't put your energy into this doomed meaningless thing." Zeus' face darkened when he heard this. The origin of the Titans is a nickname given by Uranus, the father of the sky, to his descendants, which means the fearful and the rebels, because they are destined to wield the butcher knife against their fathers and complete the replacement of theocracy by rebellion. Grandfather Uranus did not escape this curse, and Father Cronus did not escape it either. And now, I'm the only one left. Zeus's face was uncertain, and his eyes flickered. "But, you are the king of destiny, and you will lead this world to glorious glory," the old and young voices solemnly declared, and 6 arms fiddled with the silk thread of fate, outlining a crown-like shape on the dome. "Follow the arrangement of fate, it will not be an obstacle for you." Zeus nodded gently, and when he was about to turn around and leave, he seemed to remember something inadvertently, turned back to look at the 3 goddesses of fate under the starlight, and asked, "By the way, Semele, the princess of Thebes, my love, she just got pregnant with my blood. I want to know their fate." Their fate. The originally neat chorus became a little inconsistent, and the questions were repeated continuously, as if they were in a state of freezing. After being stuck for a long time, the 3 goddesses of fate slowly answered, pulling the broken after images of 2 fate threads from the void. "They are dead." Hearing the bad news, Zeus's face changed, and he immediately turned into lightning, and rushed out of the palace of the 3 goddesses of fate, flying towards the direction of Thebes, showing the panic of a husband and father. However, after flying a distance away from the temple of fate, the king of gods turned around and flew towards Olympus. In the empty temple, the sacred fire had been extinguished. The noise ceased to exist, and everything was settled. Standing in front of the door, Zeus looked at the towering throne that belonged to him. His tense face gradually relaxed. He closed the door of the temple and stood up to return to his bedroom. A breeze blew into the room through the gap in the door. The grey embers in the torch peeled off, and there was a hint of dark red underneath. Puff, a cluster of flames jumped and rose, and the dead ashes rekindled in the darkness. At the same time, above the wilderness filled with death, the purple-haired goddess with a veil on her face raised her thin cherry lips, as if she had felt something. Compared to the unchanging fate, the game of unpredictable victory and defeat is indeed more interesting. In a game, there must be winners and losers. The 5 white fingers loosened, and the 12-sided serpentine dice drew a graceful arc in the air, and fell to the ground. The stars moved, the sun and the moon rotated, and 16 years passed in a flash. The Sea of Oceanus, on the island of Au. The salty sea breeze blew through the lush forest in the valley, and the green branches rustled. 3 black and green ferocious heads subconsciously stopped biting their prey, and looked up suddenly. The pairs of vertical pupils with snake characteristics looked around vigilantly. The 2 dying goats on the ground wailed and struggled under the monster's huge claws because of the pain, and blood spurted from the deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. The strong smell of blood instantly attracted the attention of the monsters on the lakeside again. The heads turned around and bumped into each other and roared, sharing the prey on the ground, and the screams soon stopped. The body is similar to a dragon but slightly smaller, with a length of between 10 to 20 meters, only 2 feet, claws and toes like birds, wings covered with scales and feathers, and a tail with barbs. It has the dual bloodline of a giant dragon and a griffin. It seems to be a purebred 2-legged flying dragon. In the shadow of the dense forest, a pair of purple eyes stared through the gaps between the branches and leaves at the 3 lower dragon species that gradually let down their guard by the lake. As time went by, the corners of their lips gradually curled up. 2/4 of an hour later, accompanied by a crisp snap of fingers, the 2-legged dragon that was swaying by the lake fell to the ground with white foam in its mouth. The huge bodies twitched their feet and wings uncontrollably like skinned frogs. Well, the paralysis and hallucination effects of datura grass are very good, which can effectively delay the target's reaction time, but the dosage of congalidine seems to be insufficient. I underestimated the poison resistance of the 2-legged dragon. I should have fed these 2 sheep more medicine. With a twisted and squirming air, a low murmur came, and a handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes walked leisurely towards the crime scene, recording in a notebook. The traces between the strokes were square, and seemed completely different from the Greek linear letters. Raw. The three wyverns instinctively became alert when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in their territory. They raised their groggy heads and opened their mouths to spit out dark green poisonous saliva. Generally speaking, as a subspecies of mixed blood, wyverns naturally cannot use powerful dragon breath like pure-blooded superior dragon species, but they can use their own biological characteristics to spit out extremely corrosive venom. The dark green poisonous juice splashed forward, crackling and hitting the nearby bushes and grass, sizzling, leaving large areas of charred and withered marks. The figure that was hit first was even more riddled with holes and directly disintegrated and dissipated. Illusion. In a trance, the three wyverns looked at the fragmented fog in front of them, and their groggy heads suddenly became alert and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Puff, puff, puff. But before they could react, a dazzling purple arc of light exploded, and a sharp stinging pain came from the back of the neck. The three dark blue heads felt dizzy and fell to the ground, with confusion and anger in their eyes until death. Despicable may be the only adjective they can think of at this moment, as their huge body lost its support and fell to the ground with a bang. Golden red blood gushed from the broken neck, and scarlet raindrops fell. A nearly transparent human figure in the air turned from virtual to real. Done. Looking at the two-legged dragons moving separately on the ground, the handsome silver-haired boy, or the grown-up Lorne, showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then he reversed his hand and stabbed the bronze dagger in the forehead of the two-legged dragon one by one, finishing the knife cleanly. The wyvern has the characteristics of a snake, and snake-like monsters are known for their tenacious vitality. Even after being beheaded, the snakehead still maintains a certain degree of activity, can survive for a period of time at an extremely low metabolic rate, and maintain the ability to bite. Compared to being bitten by these heads on the ground unexpectedly, it is safer to stab them a few more times in advance. After confirming that the three wyverns were dead, the handsome boy with silver hair and purple eyes was relieved and looked at the harvest of this hunting trip with shining eyes. Dragon teeth can be used as materials for witchcraft and alchemy. Dragon scales can be used as armor, and the medicinal and poisonous value of poison sacs is self-evident. The more precious dragon heart and dragon crystal are very precious magic crystals and excellent sacrifices. In short, this thing is a treasure. It must be said that as a member of the dragon family, even if it is a subspecies, it has considerable value. Of course, the premise is that you can be sure that you are eating at the feast, not delivering food. After calming down his thoughts, Lorne was about to collect the rare materials from the three-headed flying dragons with the bronze dagger in his hand. The sky above his head suddenly darkened, and the originally warm breeze around him was instantly replaced by a fierce airflow. And Lorne's purple pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped back dozens of meters without raising his head. Boom. In an instant, the area where he was originally located was like being hit by a high-speed meteorite, splashing thick smoke and dust. At the same time, Lorne, who successfully landed, threw his hand without hesitation, and the bronze dagger in his palm was wrapped in purple-red arc light, shooting at the huge figure that appeared in the smoke and dust. Catcher. But what followed was a crisp sound of metal breaking. So hard, Lorne realized that his attack did not seem to break the defense, and his heart sank. He immediately raised his right hand, bit the tip of his index finger, and drew a series of bright red herms in the air. Suddenly, the etheric magic in the air gathered in front of Lorne, turning into blood-red spears, which shot at the dust in front at lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. However, there were bursts of sharp cracking sounds in the air, and the huge figure rushed out of the smoke and dust, showing a complete outline in the sun. Scales, horns, wings, 4 legs. Superior dragon. Boom. The shadow that covered the sky and the sun fell down rapidly, and the ground shook violently. Lorne, who was the first to bear the brunt, was pressed into a pit several meters deep by a pair of dark red giant claws, unable to move at all. And a ferocious head, inch by inch, lowered towards the prey, that could not escape under the claws, and the bloody mouth opened. But the prey, that was about to be swallowed frowned and sniffed, but rolled his eyes and snorted unhappily. Have you had enough fun, teacher? Suddenly, the head froze in midair, blinking its huge eyes. My transformation is already perfect, how come you can always see through it? A clear and pleasant female voice came out of the dragon's mouth, revealing a strong sense of confusion and curiosity. and a strong sense of disobedience. Brain, use your brain. Red dragons live alone, have a strong sense of territory, and like hot environments. How could they stay on a humid island and live next to a group of wyverns? Lorne on the ground, pried open the claws pressing on his chest, and made up for it unhappily. Besides, whose magical beast would have such a strong smell of incense and herbs? As the two bodies came into contact, the originally majestic and ferocious dragon shattered like a bubble, and its huge body shrank rapidly, turning into a petite girl with pointed ears, long pink hair, rainbow-like pupils, eagle wings on her back. Eagle witch Zeus, the demigod of the moon and love, is also the ruler of Au Island, and the foster mother and teacher who picked up Lorne from the beach and brought him home 16 years ago and raised him up. At this moment, under the continuous criticism from the disciples, Zeus was obviously embarrassed. She immediately folded her hands in front of her chest and snorted coldly. TSK, what's so proud of a little cleverness? If it was a real dragon just now, you would have been torn to pieces. You failed this test, 0 points. Ah, right. Facing Zeus, who was obviously holding up the teacher's airs, Lorne nodded perfunctorily with a sloppy attitude and looked at the burden on him. So, can you get up from me now, teacher? I don't know if it was intentional or not. After the transformation was lifted, the witch with her legs apart just sat on Lorne's belly. Time flies. In the past 16 years, the baby has grown up. The great witch Zeus, whose height is still stable at less than 1.5 meters, inevitably feels a strong contrast in front of the 1.75 meter Lorne. She doesn't look like a teacher educating her disciples, but more like a daughter who is spoiled by her father. Zeus realized the situation late and stood up awkwardly, turned her head, and hummed an order. Okay, these wyverns that have built nests on the island have been dealt with. Let's go back. Lorne got up from the ground and complained while rubbing his lower abdomen. But teacher, can you give me a suggestion? What? Zeus subconsciously stopped and turned back, tilting her head to look behind her. A certain disciple lowered his head, his eyes fell on the barren and wounded land with disdain, and then drooped his eyelids and gave earnest advice. Just now I felt pain all over my body. I should eat more in the future to gain weight. After a moment of silence, the witch came to her senses and suddenly looked up, looking at the back of the traitor who was running away. Her expression gradually became gloomy and distorted, and there was a crackling sound from her sleeves. Hard fists a hard 8k reached, asking for votes and collections, and setting up bowls. Chapter 6. You just want to sleep with me. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moist sea breeze blew across the beach and poured into the spacious treehouse covered with branches, bringing a hint of freshness. It's time to eat. With a crisp shout, the great witch Zeus pushed open the wooden door and brought a plate of hot dishes to the table. The seafood such as fish, shrimp, shellfish and crabs were fresh and delicious. The roasted two-legged dragon was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the thick soup mixed with wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest exuded a burst of fragrance. The rich meal in front of you is mouth-watering. However, Lorne, who was sitting on the side, looked at the full table of food, moved his throat to swallow his saliva, and his face was as if he was facing a great enemy. What day is today? Why is it so rich? Could it be the last meal of execution? He had just stepped on a minefield in the afternoon. Just as Lorne was suspicious, Zeus put down the plate and glanced at the traitor next to him, then looked at the beach along the coast in the moonlight and couldn't help muttering to herself. It's been 16 years in a flash. Yes. Lorne's tense face relaxed quietly, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He remembered that this seemed to be the day when Zeus picked him up from the beach and took him home. It was also a birthday in another sense. He actually forgot about this. No wonder. Lorne knocked his head, slightly relieved, smiled, and picked up the knife and fork, cut off a thick piece of roasted dragon steak, handed it to his teacher attentively, and attached a heartfelt blessing. Thank you for raising me for so many years. I didn't expect you to survive. Mentioning the past, the outspoken Zeus couldn't help but sigh. Woo. Before the witch could continue to speak, the blue veins on Lorne's forehead couldn't help but start to throb, and he stuffed the large piece of roasted dragon steak on the fork into the witch's mouth without saying anything, and directly gave her a physical deep throat, blocking the chattering mouth above. It's really a pot that is not about to be opened. As we all know, the Greek gods had a good family tradition. A loving father and a filial son were the basic rules. If you didn't kill a few relatives on the road, you would be embarrassed to go out. In this kind of harmonious background, it is simply a fantasy to expect a strong bond and affection between the father and the child. Therefore, whenever the offspring have the ability to live independently, they are basically driven out of the house by their parents and make a living on their own. Circe is no exception. She is also one of those who was released early. Therefore, for such a witch who has lived alone since childhood, educational concepts such as teach people tirelessly, guide them step by step, and teach students in accordance with their aptitude do not exist at all. Naturally, the way she raised and taught Lorne also inherited the fine traditions of her father. Being chased and eaten by a monster that had been hungry for several days, playing scuba diving with a sea monster, and stealing the sheep of the Cyclops next door. These are the courses that Lorne has experienced since he was a child. In addition, he would try medicines and get poisoned from time to time. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to be strong and not be killed by this stupid bird in advance. Fortunately, this hard life is coming to an end, because according to the tradition of the Greek god age, after adulthood, he can use the excuse of living alone to escape from the clutches of this woman as soon as possible. Wow, it's well roasted this time. Eat it, or the food will get cold if you don't eat it. Circe, who was unaware of it, tried to swallow a large piece of dragon steak and continued to greet him carelessly. Lorne smiled and nodded, but waited for another 7 or 8 minutes until he confirmed that Circe in front of him did not have any strange symptoms. Then he slowly picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy tonight's dishes. There is no way. These are all experiences and lessons gained through blood and tears. As a famous witch in the history of Greek mythology, Circe is not only proficient in witchcraft such as illusion and transfiguration, but also has a perfect knowledge of potions. No matter what the material is, it will produce strange effects after she fiddles with it. And this strange talent is especially reflected in cooking food. For example, the Hukian oatmeal, which is fine for normal people, can turn people into pigs in her hands. After being cheated by the teacher's seemingly harmless food for several times in a row, Lorne secretly developed the habit of letting the other party eat first and testing the poison for him personally. Of course, according to the fine tradition of the East, the elders should be invited first, which is also a manifestation of respecting teachers. A filial apprentice was trying to make up for his own immoral behavior in his heart while thinking about whether to get a wave of the teacher's gold coins before running away. As far as he knew, as a demigod level witch, Circe had a lot of good things in her hands. Just as Lorne fell into malicious contemplation, a strange smell rushed into his nose, making him frown. What is it? Bat. At this moment, Circe, who was busy dealing with a crab, jumped up in a hurry and rushed into the kitchen in a hurry. As the stove was turned on, a strong smell of burning spread. Circe held the plate and looked at the dark brown block in it, wanting to cry but not crying. It's over. What? The cake is burnt. Circe's pointed ears drooped slightly, looking quite depressed. Didn't you say you wanted to eat something like this on your last birthday? I tried to restore it with the ingredients you mentioned, but it seems to have failed. Last time. Lorne was a little dazed, and when he came back to his senses, he looked at Circe with a little more gentleness. Although this woman always hits without lightness, and her personality is hard to say that she is a qualified foster mother and teacher. But in any case, more than 10 years of companionship have finally made them form a deep relationship. Perhaps, she is the person he has the closest relationship with since he came to this world. Forget it, just throw it away. The frustrated muttering in his ear interrupted Lorne's reminiscence. When he turned around, he saw Circe holding the dark brown cake and trying to throw it out of the window. Why are you in such a hurry? The cake tastes better when it's a little brown. Lorne, who was standing next to him, reached out and grabbed the piece of cake that was about to be thrown away without saying anything. He broke off a small half and put it into his mouth to chew. Circe was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses, turned her head, and looked at Lorne in a daze, her pink eyes revealing a kind of surprise of twists and turns. You ate it? You really ate it? How did it feel? Well, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, not bad. Lorne made a fair evaluation, while chewing and swallowing with some effort. It's true that, although this thing is completely different from the soft and sweet cake in memory, the perfect brown taste has a kind of butter pot cake taste. If you like it, eat more. Circe's voice was unusually cheerful, with a smile on her face. She diligently broke off a large piece of the cake and quickly handed it to her beloved disciple. Lorne accepted Circe's kindness, and greeted her familiarly. Teacher, it tastes really good, you should eat it too. No, this is specially prepared for you. I'm very satisfied just watching you eat it. Circe waved her hands repeatedly, then pulled over a chair, and sat on it, propping up her chin with one hand, raising her tender cheeks, and looking at her beloved disciple with great interest. That look seemed a little abnormal with excitement. Suddenly, Lorne's hand, which was about to put the cake into his mouth, froze in midair, and he looked at the loving food in his palm, his voice gradually becoming dry. What did you add to it? It took me a long time to prepare the sandwich syrup. It's the 2.0 version of oatmeal hukueng. Circe shook her forearms and introduced her masterpiece with a beaming face. Not only did I blend the unique ergot aroma of that thing into the cake, but I also developed more than a dozen different flavors, based on the different ingredients of honey, juice, and cheese. As the great witch kept boasting, Lorne felt that he was dizzy and his body and limbs kept shrinking. Snoring, with an inexplicable sound, squeezed out of the throat, the victim's eyes went dark, and with inexplicable grief and anger, his consciousness fell into chaos. Amid the messy sound of cups and plates sliding down, Circe jumped off the chair, reached out to the pair of clothes on the ground, fumbled around for a while, and excitedly pulled out a pink and tender little piglet. Ahahaha, I told you not to sleep with me, now you can't run away. The bright moon quietly disappeared, the night gradually became darker, and the eagle witch on AI Island, holding the captured trophy, jumped towards her bedroom. Chapter 7 I want to improve so much. The next day, bright sunshine shone into the bedroom through the gaps between the branches. Lorne opened his heavy eyelids, and a pretty face that was happy and angry came into his eyes at close range. The bright and smooth nose was straight, the long eyelashes were gently trembling, and the pointed ears were stretched. A group of facial features mixed with childishness and spirituality together formed the exquisite face in front of us, which made people want to spy on and protect her. It must be said that as the Witch of Temptation, and fall in the future Greek mythology, this demigod of AI Island definitely has certain capital. But no matter how beautiful the scenery is, after thousands of repeated impacts, it will gradually become calm, commonly known as, tired of it. What's more, Lorne glanced at his left ear full of stickiness, and a pair of pink cherry lips were happily biting on it, and the grinding silver teeth brought a slight tingling sensation. At the same time, two pink lotus arms crossed and wrapped around his neck like snakes, almost suffocating him. Faintly, one could even hear the crackling sound of the neck bones under the skin. Lorne sat up expressionlessly, pulled down the human-shaped koala half hanging on his body, and threw it aside. Fortunately, the big bed was spacious enough. Circe, who had moved her position, then rode on the quilt smoothly, rolling horizontally from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed. Her fair skin formed a tempting bright color in the slightly dim room. This wild witch has the habit of sleeping naked. The unintentional charm made Lorne raise his eyelids. At this moment, the big witch, who had clung to the pillow again, habitually pressed half of her pretty face against the quilt and rubbed it. Crystal saliva slid from the corners of her lips, and she kept uttering vague dreams in her throat. My cute little piglet, resistance is useless. Be good and let me hug and kiss you. Hearing the proud and devilish laughter, Lorne's mouth twitched fiercely. She still likes pigs. He has seen cat and dog owners before, but this is the first pig lover with such a unique taste. However, Lorne doesn't understand why this great witch has such a deep obsession with piglets. While complaining, the corner of his eye touched a pair of soft and stretched eagle wings under the quilt. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and the question that had troubled him for a long time seemed to be vaguely answered. Eagles, of course, like piglets, especially the newly born ones, which are fat and delicious. Fuck, so that's the case. Lorne thought of Circe's bloodline and nickname of Eagle Witch, and his facial muscles twitched violently. This woman's love for piglets is probably a perverted hobby of a predator, to press the prey under its claws, and lick and tease it. Similar to the evil taste of cat and mouse. By the way, she adopted me back then, didn't it, because of this? Damn, no wonder this woman always nibbled, and bit him every night and drooled. The more Lorne thought about it, the darker his face became. The little bit of beauty that had just been born in his heart disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, this stupid bird had no good intentions from the beginning. The awakened piglet secretly complained in his heart, while his eyes moved down along the young and pretty face, passing over a half-hidden number 45 steel plate, and his heart became even harder than a stone. Dragging his back and waist as if he had been paralyzed by a ghost all night, he came to the restaurant, put on his scattered clothes, and then confirmed the time through the residual heat of the charcoal fire. Lorne looked at himself in the mirror, who had regained his human form, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing at himself. It only took one night to eliminate the pig-like effect of Meizhou Qing 2.0. Under the persecution of this teacher, his resistance to potions is really increasing day by day. I really despise you, teacher. Haha, 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 I understand everything. You must still want me to kiss you, my lovely little piglet. There was some crazy laughter again in the bedroom. The Great Witch, who had lost her image, was still immersed in the fun of sticking. Lorne was speechless. Then, he walked into the room with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, and unceremoniously pulled up Circe, who was still mad at the quilt on the bed. Get up. What? So early in the morning? Circe opened her eyelids, that were fighting up and down, looked at the quilt in her arms and the little piglet that ran away in front of the bed, and her eyes were a little resentful. The little piglet used to be so cute, small, fragrant, and soft. But when he was 3 years old, the little piglet entered the rebellious period and repeatedly wanted to escape from her arms. After the age of 7, he even directly vacated a room by himself, and resolutely separated from her. From then on, Circe lost her favorite pillow. Of course, Lorne did this simply to live a few more days. He was really afraid that he would be strangled to death by this careless foster mother one night. Let me sleep a little longer. Circe yawned and muttered in dissatisfaction, while opening her half-closed pink eyes, lifting one corner of the quilt, and looking eagerly at the piglet in front of the bed. How about we go together? You wish. It's time. Follow me to class. Go to class? The dazed witch heard the voice that was almost cold enough to drop ice chips in her ears, and she shuddered instantly, like a poor student named by the teacher, and couldn't help shaking her head like a rattle. No, I don't want to go to class. As she said that, Circe shrank into the corner of the wall with the quilt in her arms, as if she had encountered a flood and a beast, and put on a posture of fighting to the end. You have no say in this. Lorne sneered, and rolled up the quilt and Circe without saying anything, and carried them out the door. The rising sun cast a ray of golden light, dividing the entire island of Ao into two sides of light and darkness along the central ridge. One side was full of vitality, and the other side was dark and silent. Lorne carried the sandwich biscuit on his shoulders, stepped on the thick dead leaves, and walked through the dense forest with a flickering look. Ao Island is located in the Sea of Oceanus, in the east. Legend has it that it is not far from the entrance to the underworld. Lorne estimated that it was probably for this reason that he was sent to this island after playing the resurrection game in the underworld. And this position makes Circe, as the owner of the island, have some underworld characteristics of divinity, and is quite familiar with ghosts and dead souls. She can be regarded as an alternative living neighbor in the underworld. Of course, this may also be related to her beliefs. Lorne looked up at the end of the stone-paved road, where there was an ancient temple with vines entwined around it. This place was completely different from the vibrant other side of the island. The dead trees, withered grass, and strange rocks showed a desolate scenery. The sky was inexplicably low and dark, revealing a kind of indescribable depression and mystery. When he came to the door, Lorne stopped and stared at the sculpture standing in the hall. It was a goddess with 3 heads, 3 bodies and 6 arms, holding a torch, herbs, and talismans, and looking in 3 different directions. Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, was the object of the Great Witch Circe's worship. At the same time, she was also the three-faced goddess representing opportunity, the goddess of magic, the queen of ghosts, and the goddess of hell in Greek mythology. She was a very mysterious and unique existence. In a sense, this person was now Lorne's current master. Lowering his eyes slightly to express a little basic respect, Lorne then threw Zeus on his shoulders, along with the quilt, into the temple. As soon as Zeus landed, she hurriedly squirmed her body and put on the clothes wrapped in the quilt. Then she sat upright and looked at the traitor she had raised since childhood with a dark face, gnashing her teeth. Disrespect. This is disrespectful. As she spoke, Zeus, who was tidying up her clothes, couldn't help but sneak a few glances at the statue behind her, with a trace of guilt in her eyes. You know, the Greek gods are notoriously petty. Being naked in the temple is not respectful or elegant. Therefore, there are a dozen precedents of being remembered and retaliated by petty gods. Teacher, I think the goddess is magnanimous, and will definitely not blame the small offense caused by the pursuit of knowledge. Lorne spread his hands, his expression sincere and innocent. I can't help it. I want to make progress too much. Zeus looked at the face of her student who was pious and confessing to the statue. Her teeth were itchy, and she wanted to bite it and tear off 2 taels of flesh. But in the end, under the dim gaze of the statue, the witch shrank her neck, took out a few old sheepskin magic books from the altar, and weakly raised her hand to invite them. Come in and start the class. With a faint smile on his face, Lorne walked into the temple, knelt down opposite the teacher Zeus, and began his daily magic study. Morality guaranteed. New book seeking support. Chapter 8. Listen to me, I'm sorry. Zeus forced herself to be more alert, pulled out an old language parchment manuscript from the magic book, and threw it to Lorne on the other side. Today, let's talk about the rest of the Hermetic text. I finished reading it a long time ago. Lorne took the manuscript and threw it back into Zeus's arms without even looking at it. Hermetic text, also known as the Hermetic symbol, is an ancient symbol system believed to have originated in ancient Greece. Hermes is the messenger god in Greek mythology. He is said to have invented this symbol system and taught it to humans. This language symbol was widely used in ancient Greece and Rome for recording, communication and mysterious rituals. Generally speaking, they are roughly composed of a series of lines and geometric shapes, and each symbol represents a specific letter, word, or concept. These symbols are usually engraved on stone, pottery, or paper, and can also be used as amulets or magic spells. In addition, the shape and arrangement of the Hermetic symbols have certain symbolic meanings, and are believed to convey hidden information and power. Therefore, this thing is often one of the introductory compulsory courses for learning magic and witchcraft. Zeus scratched her head, confusion in her pink eyes. I remember there are still a few pages left. I taught myself. I don't know how long it will take you to finish. Lorne couldn't help rolling his eyes and snorting coldly. Since it was a compulsory course similar to an introductory course, the difficulty was naturally not too great. But for such a book of dozens of pages, Zeus spent half a month and still had 1/3 left. Lorne suspected that this woman was not an eagle, but a dove spirit, who only knew how to play badly and nag him every day. While complaining in his heart, Lorne looked at the eagle witch opposite with his purple eyes, and a trace of contempt flowed faintly. So fast? Then let me test you. Zeus flipped open the parchment manuscript doubtfully, and drew 5 different symbols on the stone slab with a branch. Lorne glanced at them, and answered them one by one without thinking. The triangle represents fire, energy, and passion. The square represents earth, stability, and solidity. The circle represents water, flow and change. The semicircle represents air, thought, and communication. Fire, earth, water, and air are also the 4 elements that magic often refers to as the foundation of the world. As for the last one, the spiral represents the soul, growth and evolution. The above is a single usage, and these symbols can be combined to form a more complex matrix. Depending on the shape, size, and arrangement of each symbol, the effect of the matrix will also change accordingly. This is the so-called magic circle. After he explained the meaning of the 5 Hermetic characters verbatim, he paused slightly, thought for a moment, and his eyes gradually became profound. Its essence is to use element as foundation, symbols as medium, soul as master, define rules according to one's own will, and reconstruct a miniature world. Who told you this? Guessed. Circe's pink eyes gradually widened, and she looked at the traitor in front of her with a strange look, and then her expression was filled with a hint of bitterness. Do you know that it took me decades to figure this out? Just luck. There was not much ripple on Lorne's face, and his tone remained calm. Words and symbols are not only the carriers of language communication, but also represent the creator and a civilization's views and cognition of the world, which must contain complete philosophical speculation. This level of insight is not worth being proud of, but it is just because when designing those game copywriting and architecture, I have examined the operating logic of more than one ancient language, and understood the general commonalities. And if you understand one principle, you will understand all principles. Seeing that her own traitor performed so well, Circe, as a teacher, had to give up the idea of muddling through, and pulled out another book from the pile of books. Since you have almost mastered Hermes, then let's study potions next. It was finished last year. Lorne reminded expressionlessly, looking at his unreliable teacher. Circe coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the target. What about this alchemy? 3 months ago. Summoning and transfiguration? Summoning is fine. You said transfiguration is not suitable for my physique. It seems to require a unique bloodline. This is a course that just ended last week. Under the increasingly subtle eyes of the students, Circe's face flushed unnaturally. Looking at the useless magic books on the ground, she couldn't help but groan in her heart. Why is she so diligent? Is she in a hurry to reincarnate? The magic books she collected with great difficulty have been basically used up. What should she teach next? A lazy teacher tried hard to turn the walnut-sized brain of the bird legend, and looked at the outstanding student in front of her from time to time, with more and more resentful eyes. So, she hated class the most. Finally, after racking her brains for half an hour, Circe weakly threw out today's learning task. How about a meditation class? Lorne put down the old textbook he was reading and nodded calmly. For 16 years, although he lived on this island of Au, and lived a peaceful life isolated from the world, the sword of Damocles hanging over his head always made him feel a sense of crisis. Therefore, in order to improve his self-protection ability, Lorne spared no effort in learning magic and witchcraft, and even took out the posture of sprinting for the college entrance examination in his previous life. Over the years, he almost emptied the magic knowledge in the brain capacity of this great witch. At present, compared with Circe, he probably lacks only the gap in magic power, experience, and skills. Meditation, as a basic course for wizards, is the main way to stabilize the spirit and improve magic power. Instead of wasting time on this inefficient and lousy teaching, it is better to spend more time meditating and accumulating more magic power. Well, wait a moment, I'll go prepare something. With tacit consent, Circe jumped up from her seat and rushed out of the temple in a hurry. Lorne glanced at the back of the silly bird teacher who was almost fleeing, shook his head helplessly, reached out to pick up the hermetic manuscript, picked up a branch, and traced the rune traces written by Circe on the stone slab. Although his theoretical knowledge has been full marks, it is still quite difficult to reproduce the perfect charm of every hermetic text. To make up for this, he can only go through long and boring practice. After Lorne traced it for about 30 times, Circe finally returned to the temple, and with a clang sound, he placed a large soup pot that was bubbling between the two of them, and then placed the turquoise pottery bowls he brought on the ground. With the sound of swishing, the two ceramic bowls were filled to the brim. Lorne looked at the dark and green soup in the bowl in front of him, and his eyes twitched, with an expression of "Are you kidding me?" on his face. Chapter 9 The Witch is digging a trap. Hugoon? Yeah, that's right. It's fresh out of the pot and still hot. Drink it. Circe put one hand on her waist, proudly asking for credit, and raised the stoneware bowl in her hand, and handed it to her beloved disciple. Lorne immediately held the bowl of soup and sneered, exposing the woman's sinister intentions. Don't give me that. Are you trying to turn me into a pig again? That way no one will force you to go to class. I never turned anyone into a pig. You still want to deny it? What about last night? Of course it's because you are a pig, my cute little piglet. Circe spread her hands, Her pink eyes blinked innocently, and her expression seemed a little teasing. Lorne was unmoved, pointing at the bowl of bubbling Huguenot meal, and snorted coldly with a dark face. Haha, you're still trying to trick me. I already know the effects of this thing, okay? Effects? What effects? Just a few herbs, pure water, and natural wheat grains in my bowl. Changes? No changes, only the disguise disappears from them inadvertently, allowing them to see themselves and each other. Circe hummed out of tune, with a more intense teasing look in her eyes. If you don't believe me, look, you are sure to know all these ingredients, and they are absolutely harmless. Lorne glanced at the black and green porridge in the bowl, sniffed, and the ingredient list came into his mind. Barley, water, honey, peppermint oil, and datura. It seems that except for the last herb, the ingredients are very ordinary, and the effect of datura is just to make people hallucinate. Wait, hallucination? Exclamation mark. Lorne's mind suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized the answer, and blurted it out. Your oatmeal porridge can only make people hallucinate, making the eater feel that he is the incarnation of some animal. You are right, my clever little pig. Circe nodded affirmatively, with a hint of joy on the corner of her lips, and continued to add. So, in essence, Hukian is just a benign magic potion that can liberate people's minds and achieve the unity of body and mind. It is very helpful for meditation. So that's it. The doubt on Lorne's face gradually faded, and he nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Circe hurriedly handed a full bowl of oatmeal porridge to her beloved disciple with a smile. Come on, my lovely little pig, drink it quickly. Let's enter meditation earlier and finish today's study together. Looking at the special drink bubbling in front of him, Lorne vaguely remembered that there was an Eleusinian mystery in the Eleusinian sect that believed in the goddess of agriculture Demeter in ancient Greece. That is, the old members invited the new members to fast for a day to commemorate Demeter's abstention from food and drink when she was looking for Persephone. During the fast, the members would drink a special barley drink in order to obtain the revelation of God. This barley drink is similar to the Hukian porridge. Therefore, Hukian porridge may have been a secret medicine to assist meditation and develop mental power. But the premise is that I can resist your mental suggestion. Lorne glanced at the sticky porridge in the bowl, pursed his lips, and looked at the witch in front of him with a smile. Of course there is no problem with Hukian porridge, because it is just an auxiliary. The mental suggestion you keep giving me is the key, right? The smile on Circe's face froze, and the hand holding the pottery bowl froze in midair. Discovered. Circe has always been talking about piglets in order to implant a confusing perception in the minds of others, so that they can subconsciously recognize their identity as piglets, and then complete the transformation from human to piglet through the body-mind fusion effect of whose porridge. As she said, she did not turn anyone into a pig, but she was also the biggest promoter of this transformation process. Sure enough, witches have never been kind and pure little white flowers, but a willful and unscrupulous group that tries every means to please themselves. To sum it up in one word, it is scum. Lorne shook his head and recognized the nature of the silly bad teacher in front of him again. Seeing that the conspiracy was exposed, Circe hurriedly turned her eyes and looked at the door. Oh, I remember. There is still soup stewing on the stove. As she said, the demigod witch jumped up from her seat and prepared to escape from the crime scene. However, before Circe could run away, she picked up the ceramic bowl on the ground with one hand and drank the full bowl of Hukian porridge. You drank it all? Under Circe's stunned gaze, Lorne wiped his mouth, threw the empty ceramic bowl on the ground, and gave a calm evaluation. The taste of peppermint oil is a bit strong. Put less next time. So how do you feel now, little piglet? Circe sat back in her original position and looked at her beloved disciple expectantly. If the little guy in front of her turned into a pig again, she would not have to attend classes here and could continue to sleep in with her beloved little piglet. Well, rub it while sleeping. Thinking of that beautiful scene, Circe's eyes sparkled unconsciously and her pointed ears trembled slightly with excitement. However, Lorne, who took the initiative to deliver himself, did not change for a long time, and his eyes remained clear. In fact, once you understand the nature of pig transformation, it becomes much easier to deal with the negative effects of Hukian porridge. As long as he can build up the corresponding mental barriers and keep repeating the concept of being a human in his mind, he will naturally not be easily bewitched by the words of this silly bird teacher and become a piglet again. Don't be in a daze. What should I do next? The calm murmur in her ear interrupted Circe's dream and made her a little discouraged. But in the temple of Hecate, this great witch who believes in the goddess of witchcraft had to calm down and teach Lorne depressedly how to use the effect of Hukian porridge to make meditation more effective. As usual, adjust your breathing, relax your body, radiate your 5 senses, sense the magic in the air, and then try to use them to construct the corresponding Hermes runes and constantly strengthen your affinity and control over the element. Lorne was not in a hurry to enter meditation and looked at the silly bird teacher in front of him dimly. What else? Don't let your mind go completely empty. Remember your essence, so as not to get lost in the illusion created by whose porridge. Circe muttered the key element in a sullen manner, feeling extremely depressed. She hated smart students, especially those who were smarter than her teacher. At this moment, Lorne, who was just cheating out of habit, looked even darker. He never changed his bad habits. In order to trick him into bed, he really did one trick after another. Go on. No more. This time it's really gone. With Circe's aggrieved muttering and the guarantee of the goddess Hecate, Lorne closed his eyes doubtfully, trying to empty his mind, disperse his spirit, and sense the element around him. Of course, just in case, he did not choose to do it all at once during this process, but cautiously released the restrictions on his mind step by step, groping for the spiritual boundary to maintain self-awareness. As his mental power flowed out like a tide, his self-awareness gradually became a little fuzzy, and Lorne immediately carefully gathered his mind. Let go of 70%, retain 30%. This is probably his current limit. However, although it is only about 70% of his mental perception, it is twice as strong as the magic power captured by meditation. It seems that as a special secret medicine, the Hukian oatmeal porridge has dangerous ingredients, but it can also greatly improve the mental perception of the consumer. After confirming that there is no doubt, Lorne gradually calmed down and began his daily practice. With the inhalation and exhalation of his breath, Lorne's mental power that spread to the surroundings resonated, and the surging element within 30 meters nearby formed a visible magic tide, and colorful Hermes characters appeared and disappeared in it, forming different formations and bases. Circe just stared for a while and felt bored, so she had to hold her chin and stare blankly in her seat, thinking about philosophical questions such as what to eat tonight. After all, as a demigod-level witch and the beloved disciple of the witchcraft goddess Hecate, she can basically walk sideways in the senior AI island. Without the threat of survival, there is naturally no motivation to actively become stronger. Therefore, compared to practicing and studying hard day after day, Circe, who is quite bad in academics and life, prefers to leave the improvement of strength to the accumulation of talent and blood. In the boring guardianship, time passed little by little, and the rising sun gradually turned into twilight under the horizon. When the last ray of sunset disappeared, the Hecate temple, which was about to sink into the night, suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Brilliant as the sun, shining like gold. Circe, who was drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the pair of shining eyes in the darkness and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You have upgraded again. The stunned expression was as exaggerated as watching a curly-haired baboon directly evolve into a Zenithian. Happy New Year. I send you my blessings at midnight, wishing you all peace and happiness, and everything goes well. By the way, I hope you can collect my new book and support me. Chapter 10 please, be a human being. It's just an upgrade, what's the big deal? Faced with Circe's surprise, Lorne habitually rolled his eyes and answered nonchalantly. The key is that you've only lived for 16 years. Circe couldn't help but raise her voice a few degrees, counting on her fingers, to complain to her traitor. You reached the gold level at the age of 12, and then stepped into the peak of gold in just 4 years. I've never heard of a human being who can be promoted so quickly. The great witch inadvertently calculated, and the more she spoke, the more frightened she became. Even the look she gave her student and adopted son became a little weird. No, not only that. Even the gods and monsters in the Oceanus Sea and the half-blooded titans on several nearby islands have never been so outrageous. I doubt. Are you really a human? Under Zeus's sharp scrutiny, Lorne coughed slightly, his eyes a little erratic. Maybe it's just luck. According to the rules of mythology and magic, mysterious power often follows this characteristic. The older, the more mysterious, and the more mysterious, the more powerful. When the world was still in chaos, the ancient life forms called gods were born from the purest source. Absorbing magic factors and controlling the laws of nature are easier for them than breathing. They are the power they are born with. Therefore, the first batch of existences have the highest starting point and almost endless space for growth. But as the sky and the earth separated, the sun, the moon and the stars gathered, and rose and fell, time and space were cut, the concepts of life and death were formed, and the framework of the world will gradually stabilize. In this process, the species on the earth replaced and multiplied one after another. The blood that they used to absorb magic and connect to the source will be constantly degraded and diluted, and the upper limit of growth will be gradually lowered as the world structure stabilizes. Even different myths have similar commonalities in their descriptions of the origin world. At first, the air was filled with high concentrations of weather factors, food was everywhere, milk and honey flowed on the ground, and all things grew freely. Moreover, the high purity energy gave birth to creatures such as gods, and everything was as dreamy and beautiful as colorful soap bubbles. However, as the world takes shape and the rules become stable, this soap bubble will gradually squeeze out the fantasy and difficult to maintain element and sink to the real surface. When the mystery gradually fades, the era of gods with infinite plasticity will shrink and be degraded to a fixed and real human world. Similarly, in ancient Greek mythology, gods appeared first, and then, under the leadership of gods, humans were created. Therefore, the ancient Greeks divided the evolution of human civilization into 5 eras, based on the level of group ability and starting point, namely the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, the Heroic Age, and the Black Iron Age. The order between them represents different distances from gods. Later, similar concepts were also introduced into the field of basic mysticism, and the 4 levels of black iron, bronze, silver, gold became the symbols of the early division of individual strength. At present, Lorne has jumped into the peak of gold at a rocket-like speed in just 16 years, which is shocking. This level of cheating is considered cheating even for mixed blood titans and god-blooded heroes, not to mention ordinary Greek city-states. You know, in the armies of Greek city-states, the silver level is the absolute backbone, and the gold level can basically directly serve as the first level legion commander. And the demigods above this are often the city builders and kings used by a city-state to support the facade. But their ages are basically after middle-aged and young, and some even reach 3 digits before they can achieve such achievements. So, in terms of growth rate alone, Lorne is simply not like a human being. Of course, he does not seem to be a normal human being. Lorne lowered his eyes to look at his palm lines, and his deep eyes seemed to pierce the crystal skin and see the light golden blood flowing in the veins. The blood of the God King, the heir of Zeus. The extraordinary bloodline gave him an unparalleled talent for cultivation. But at the same time, he suffered an accident just after he was born, and he could only hide on this isolated island overseas and live in fear every day. Fortunately, after 16 years of training, he finally had some ability to protect himself. But this little bit of support can only guarantee him some safety in the human city-state. If he wants to gain a foothold in the Oceanus Sea full of gods, monsters and hybrid titans, he must at least become a demigod. Of course, even if he is a demigod, for Lorne, it is still just the beginning of a long journey. After all, the person he offended is the god King Zeus, who currently rules the entire Greece. With his current weight, let alone encountering world-class tasks such as Olympus elegy, Zeus's wrath, and War of the Gods, even if he encounters epic dungeons such as Argo Expedition, Trojan War, 12 Trials, etc., if he accidentally encounters those genuine gods who are in disguise, and a large number of legendary demigods hiding in corners, it will be a very risky challenge for him. If he is not careful, he will have to kneel. As for the question of gold or the peak of gold, it is probably just the difference between kneeling early and kneeling late. Thinking of the night 16 years ago, when the thunder raged across the sky and suffocated people, Lorne was startled reflexively. This feeling of being out of one's control was terrible. Not enough. Far from enough. The sense of crisis like a leech made Lorne have no joy of promotion, and he turned to look at his teacher seriously. I have now reached the peak of gold. How can I become a demigod next? You are still not satisfied. After reaching this point, Circe looked at her own student in astonishment, somewhat difficult to understand. Studying and practicing, these boring and troublesome things, are so fascinating to you? Not fascinated. Lorne shook his head, his eyes deep and distant. It's just because learning may be the simplest thing in the world. There will be rewards for hard work and results for hard work. And this is the only thing I can do now. He added silently in his heart, then gathered his thoughts, looked at his teacher who seemed a little dazed again, and brought the topic back on track. Tell me, what should I do? Hearing the call, Circe shook her head and came back to her senses from her trance, but did not answer directly. Instead, she asked a meaningful question. Do you know why the first 4 levels of strength in the mysterious system are only black iron, bronze, silver, and gold, but not demigod? Lorne frowned and thought for a while, and answered uncertainly. Because demigod is fundamentally different from the first 4 stages? Circe's eyes flashed with surprise, but there was not much surprise on her face. After all, after spending a long time with this student, his overly mature mind and extraordinary insight have made her somewhat accustomed to it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 11 Greek Family Tradition. After calming down briefly, Circe nodded and answered. Yes, strictly speaking, the 4 stages of black iron, bronze, silver, and gold only represent that life is constantly moving towards God and age of God. But approaching does not mean equal. There is an essential difference between the two. If the first 4 stages are just quantity accumulation of magic power and skills, then wanting to become a demigod is a qualitative change in the form of life. Therefore, the promotion of the first 4 stages is often called upgrading, and wanting to step into the realm of demigod is called upgrading. Only by becoming a demigod first, it really means that we have begun to step on the ladder to the realm of God. Lorne listened carefully, keeping Circe's story in mind, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. So, demigods are much stronger than gold? Much stronger? There is no comparison at all. Circe rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers casually. In an instant, the sky on Ao Island changed suddenly. The visible magic tide stretched for dozens of kilometers, constantly converging towards the center of the temple, forming a huge cyclone. A strong sense of oppression came over him. In the center of the storm, Lorne felt like a small boat in the midst of a storm, in danger of capsizing at any time. Snap. The snap of fingers echoed in his ears again, and the magic tide surging and squeezing around him suddenly disappeared, and the sky became clear and blue again. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Do you know the difference? I'm not afraid of a fight from someone like you. Circe, who rarely raised her eyebrows in front of her students, put one hand on her waist, raised her smooth chin, and her face was full of smugness. Nonsense. If I really couldn't beat you, I would have beaten you long ago. Lorne ignored the boasting of this silly teacher, secretly complained, and at the same time, pressed his hand on his chest where he kept feeling palpitations, and his eyebrows tightened unconsciously. As expected, demigods and gold are almost not the same species. I worked hard to attract a magic tide of about 30 meters, but this silly bird could stir up another storm that stretched for dozens of kilometers with just a flick of its finger. The gap between the two is simply incomparable. It is a technological gap that is difficult to overcome in all aspects, from hardware to software. Moreover, this is only the power of demigods. If they are real gods, then the power they show with their gestures will be even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, mountains are moved, and seas are filled, and stars collapse. When Lorne thought of the records of gods in the epic, his mood became heavier. However, he soon suppressed the depression in his heart, and his eyes were filled with a strong coldness. What about gods? If they are killed, they will die. Since the disappearance of chaos, the god of chaos, the first generation of origin gods represented by Uranus, the father of heaven, Gaia, the mother of earth, and Pontus, the old sea god, have seized the power to control the world, marking the beginning of chaos from disorder to order. Afterwards, the three gods of origin, representing the sky, the earth, and the ocean, created and combined with each other, giving rise to a large number of descendants, strengthening their own groups, and making their ruling position unshakable. But in order to maintain the most powerful patriarchy, Uranus, the father of the sky, suppressed the growth and divinity of his offspring. As he gradually grew up, the Titan god Cronus, who could no longer bear it, gathered himself and 11 other brothers and sisters, and with the assistance of Gaia, the mother of the earth, castrated Uranus, the father of the sky, deprived him of his authority, and built a large temple on Mount Othryz, and then blew up a wave of gold coins from the old guys, and only then did he and the group of brothers and sisters complete the division of power. The biggest victim among them was the old sea god Pontus. According to Zeus, the oldest god of the ocean had long been exploded into fragments of the godhood all over the ground, scattered and integrated into various parts of the original ocean, turning into all kinds of strange sea beasts and various gods and monsters. The reason why the couple of the 12 titans, the river god Oceanus and the ocean goddess Thesis, were able to give birth to a huge offspring of 3,000 sons and 3,000 daughters is probably because they have benefited from the old uncle's capital. Of course, it may be too blasphemous to describe the fall of gods as death. A more euphemistic way to describe it is eternal sleep. They came from the origin and rules, and after they can no longer maintain themselves, they will return to their essence. Flesh and blood and divinity will become the cornerstone of the foundation of the world, and further improve the entire Greek god age. The so-called one whale falls, and all things come to life is probably like this. By the way, in that long ago whale fall, the silly bird in front of us can also be regarded as one of the indirect beneficiaries. According to the records of the god tree, the river god Oceanus and the ocean goddess Thesis are the direct grandfather and grandmother of Zeus in terms of bloodline. However, that is all old calendar, and the main body of the ocean god power is now under the control of Poseidon. The replacement of theocracy in Greece is a very good family inheritance mechanism. The next generation usually needs to perform a wave of father-son farewells after adulthood, before they can inherit the legacy of the old guys. Today, the power and territory of the 12 main gods of Olympus are based on the gold coins of the older generation of the 12 titans. According to Zeus's evidence, in these two changes of theocracy, there have been many fallen demigods, monsters, and gods. Therefore, with these precedents for reference, Lorne does not think that those so-called gods are really invincible and immortal. However, having said that, the present is different from the past. Zeus, as the god king of heaven, is much more difficult to deal with than the 12 titans. He wants to follow the old path of his predecessors, play the excellent family inheritance, and give his father, the god king far away in Olympus, a wave of father-son farewells. It's just a polite way to say that it's hellish. Forget it, it's useless to think too much, just do what you should do now. Lorne exhaled a breath of foul air from his chest, and looked at his teacher. Tell me, how can I upgrade to a demigod? This is a more complicated process. First of all, you have to have the blood of the gods. This is a necessary condition. Then what? Zeus glanced at Lorne's calm face, and her pink eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough, this little piglet that drifted to the island of Io is not that simple. But so what? There are so many secrets in Greece, and I'm not interested in so many. Instead of thinking about those, I might as well think about how to upgrade and adjust the formula of Hukian. This is my favorite little piglet. Seeing that silly bird teacher staring at him strangely, looking him up and down, with a trace of shiny saliva faintly flowing from the corner of his mouth, Lorne immediately asked with a dark face. Tell me, what should I do next? Oh, I need to purify the blood, extract divinity from it, and ignite the divine fire. Zeus came back to her senses and immediately answered with a dry cough. Such a simple and general result made Lorne frown. Can you be more specific? No. Then how did you get promoted from gold to demigod? I fell asleep one day and woke up. The great witch of demigod blinked her pink eyes with an innocent look. At this moment, Lorne's forehead was full of black lines. He finally understood why Zeus was talking about this topic in a circle. It feels that even she herself has only a vague understanding of the specific way of promotion. However, it is not completely fruitless. Based on the previous method description in Zeus's individual case, Lorne can roughly infer the reason why this silly bird was promoted. Nothing else. After living for a long time, the blood has been washed by the magic factor day by day, automatically purified, and then the divinity overflows, and finally the divine fire ignites. I'm afraid that for most gods, monsters, and titans, this is a more common way to promotion. That is, to accumulate the gift of talent for a long time and grow passively. But this method, similar to lying flat, undoubtedly wastes a lot of time. After learning the result, Lorne frowned deeply. He didn't think he could live to see the day when he surpassed Zeus in strength, not to mention that this passive strategy would probably not allow him to catch up with the gap between him and the God King in his lifetime. After searching in vain, he once again turned his eyes to Zeus beside him. Is there a faster way? No. However, the demigod witch could only shake her head at this moment, indicating that she could not help. Seeing that there was really nothing useful to come out of the mouth of this stupid bird, Lorne could only wave his hand in frustration. After getting the permission to go, the originally sleepy Zeus suddenly became energetic. Chit rushed out of the temple quickly, ran to the kitchen at home, and prepared to start cooking tonight's meal. What should I cook this time? Well, let's try the new recipe I just thought of. Hukian version 3.0. Looking at the back of the demigod witch, who was overjoyed, Lorne stroked his forehead and smiled bitterly. It seems that this silly bird can't be relied on for the rest of the journey. Then, now I can only ask another one. Under the cold moonlight, Lorne slowly turned around and looked at the lilac figure in the temple who appeared at some point. She was sitting in front of the stone table with one hand propped up, looking at him with a smile. I will update to chapters first, and there will be another chapter at 12 noon tomorrow. I will try to ensure 6,000 words of updates every day. I hope readers will support my new book. Chapter 12. What are you going to use to pay me back for what you owe me? A serpentine 12-sided dice rolled on the stone table as the white fingertips moved it, and the lavender lips under the veil raised a happy arc. It seems that she taught you well. Thanks to you, goddess. Lorne closed the door of the temple, came to the stone table and sat down, insincerely complimenting a creditor with a fake smile on his face. Oh, by the way, or should I respectfully call you Her Highness Persephone? We were born nameless, and the name is just a code name. You can call us whatever you like. The queen of the underworld opposite still had a smile on her face, and she didn't say anything. I don't believe you. Lorne's dark eyes passed over the head of the queen of the underworld and fell on the three-faced six-armed goddess sculpture in the hall, sneering in his heart. Hecate of the Pluto, strictly speaking, this goddess does not clearly belong to the gods of heaven or earth. In the world of gods classified by attributes, she represents a kind of game, happiness and chance, and represents the randomness of fate. She can be good for someone, or bad for him, and the other party does not know why. Because Hecate can give luck or bad luck at will. She can make the fish in the water more diverse or extinct, and the same is true for birds in the sky and livestock on the ground. In the world of gods, she represents a factor of chance, adding a little luck. Zeus and Gaia pull out time, and they can predict how time will run, while Hecate puts a little lubricant on the gears, leaving some unpredictable room, so that the world can run more freely. She intervenes in the birth of babies, the education of children, the creation of wealth, fishing, hunting, and sailing and other human affairs. In later times, it is said that except for the sun god Helios, she was the only one who witnessed Hades, the god of the underworld, snatching Persephone away. She helped the goddess of agriculture Demeter to find her daughter, and became the protector and godmother of the queen of the underworld and the underworld. The protector and godmother of the queen of the underworld Persephone represents a certain game, happiness, chance, and the randomness of fate. These records in the theogony undoubtedly correspond closely to a certain creditor in front of Lorne. Therefore, the true identity of this queen of the underworld has long been revealed. What's more, this is the temple of Hecate. Who else can appear here quietly, except the goddess herself? Obviously, it was not a coincidence that he drifted to the island of Ao and was picked up and raised by the witch Zeus. Everything was in the control of this goddess. After all, which creditor would easily let the debtor go with just a few words? As for Hecate's beloved disciple, his dear foster mother and teacher, the great witch Circe, whether she knew the inside story, and whether she was involved in it. When Lorne thought of the wise eyes of a certain silly bird and her nurturing level that almost killed him several times, he immediately shook his head and threw this conjecture out of his mind. After simply sorting out his thoughts, Lorne greeted him with a smile. "Why don't you enjoy the happiness in the underworld and run to this deserted island?" There seemed to be some obvious disgust between the lines. "Of course, I came to visit my lovely disciple and grandson." Hecate turned a deaf ear to this, holding the mysterious and beautiful profile with her bare hands, and looking up and down at the grandson in front of her with interest. The familiar feeling made Lorne return to the past in a trance, and turned back into the piece of pork on the chopping board. A chill came over him. Lorne couldn't help but twitch his lips, and hurriedly stopped the goddess's gaze of love, forcing a dry smile on his face. "You came at the right time. I'm confused about my magic studies, and would like to ask you for advice. Do you want to know the fastest way to become a demigod?" Hecate smiled slightly, and bluntly revealed the purpose of this disciple. Obviously, this goddess has been doing a lot of peeping work behind his back. "I don't know how many times this woman has molested me since I was a child." Realizing this, Lorne felt a pain in his ass, but considering the disparity in status and strength, he could only pinch his nose to suppress the depression in his heart and nodded obediently. "I know this." King Gaiu's voice echoed in his ears, and Lorne was suddenly a little overjoyed. But before the smile on his face lasted for a few seconds, Hecate glanced at him with a smile and suddenly changed the subject. "But why should I tell you?" Seeing that playing the emotional card was ineffective, Lorne's lips twitched silently, and he could only despise this nominal master in his heart. But Hecate was not in a hurry. Her white fingertips fiddled with the serpentine 12-sided dice on the table, waiting with a smile. After a short silence, Lorne was defeated and reluctantly gave in. "Well, the old rules. If I win, you tell me the method. Deal." After this, Hecate readily agreed. Under the expectant eyes of this master, Lorne reluctantly took out a wooden board divided into squares and stained with different pigments from the storage compartment under the long table, and 2 marble boxes each containing 16 black and white chess pieces. According to the division of the chessboard and the number of chess pieces, the outline of the chess can be clearly seen. However, in order to adapt to the local customs, the images carved on the chess pieces use more Greek characters such as kings, legion commanders, famous gods and monsters. To put it bluntly, it is a pirated version of chess. The reason for making this thing is purely to get rid of the gambling goddess in front of him, so that this woman will not come to AI Island whenever she has nothing to do and have fun around him all day long. By the way, you can also use gambling to get some benefits from Hecate. But unexpectedly, Hecate has a strong interest in this kind of intellectual chess game as soon as she gets started, and learns it very quickly. It's just a dozen times before and after, and the skills and chess paths that Lorne had stuffed in his mind were taken out by the opponent, and the fight on the chessboard became more and more intense. Seeing that the founder was about to lose to the student he had just accepted for a few days, Lorne immediately decided to stop while he was ahead, and from then on, he closed the game and resolutely refused to play chess with Hecate again. However, for a gambler, winning or losing is not important. The biggest punishment is to stop her from gambling. For this reason, Hecate, who was anxious, came to hang around every now and then, using various methods to trick Lorne into continuing to gamble with her. And today, she finally got what she wanted. After setting up the chessboard and placing the chess pieces, Lorne took out another serpentine 12-sided dice from the box. The rules remain the same. Whoever has the higher score goes first. Wait. However, just when Lorne wanted to loosen his 5 fingers and throw the dice to decide the order, Hecate raised her eyes and smiled teasingly. "You don't seem to have said what will happen if you lose." "Really?" Lorne smiled embarrassedly and talked about something else. "For games, having fun is the most important thing." As he said that, he quietly loosened his 5 fingers and wanted to throw the dice first. But in the face of the absolute gap in strength, this little trick was completely futile. Hecate just raised her hand with a smile, and Lorne was like a solidified sculpture, losing control of his limbs, and only his head could move. Happiness is important, but fairness is more important for the game. Hecate waved her white index finger in front of Lorne's eyes, and explained the rules with a smile. Since I lost, I have to give you what I have. Then, in return, you have to pay the same price if you lose. Every time I win a game, you have to pay one thing you have. But what to pay is up to me. Lorne's eyes flashed, and he added his own conditions in a deep voice. Otherwise, I refuse. Hecate looked at the face that said, if you don't agree, I will resist to the end, and nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll do as you say. Almost at the same time, Lorne relaxed his whole body, and the dice in his hand fell to the table. After rolling a few times, it stopped at 12 o'clock. It seems that today is your lucky day. Hecate glanced at him with a smile, and casually threw the other dice in her hand. It was also 12 o'clock. But according to convention, the first to roll the same number of points wins. The pre-game game was settled, and the new game officially began. Here comes the third update, 7,000 words. By the way, I'm begging for votes. I only need 3 monthly votes to get the badge achievement. Please, readers who have some free time, help me satisfy my collecting addiction. Chapter 13. How can a gambler lose every day? To be on the safe side, Lorne chose a stable start as usual. On the contrary, Hecate on the opposite side showed her aggressive edge as soon as she made a move. After a few moves, she basically exchanged pieces with blood every time. Hiss, what a fierce chess move. And from the skillful moves, this was not a momentary impulse, but a chain of offensive strategies. Obviously, in order to avenge the shame of losing several games, this gambling goddess probably played chess with others in private. During this period, she has developed her own set of playing methods and evolved into a complete form. Faced with this posture of a decisive battle at the beginning of the game, Lorne's pressure doubled. He immediately lowered his eyes and concentrated on examining the stalemate chessboard and the orderly moves under the opponent's open and closed attack. In order to try not to make mistakes, he adopted the strategy of soft knife cutting meat with sticking, blocking and other techniques, and nibbled away step by step. Gradually, Hecate also felt the pressure, and her eyebrows were unconsciously knitted, but she moved faster and faster, constantly reducing the reaction time for her opponent. The reaction and calculation power of the human brain are not as good as those of the gods, and now Hecate has learned the routine of extreme pressure without any instruction. Now, it was Lorne's turn to sweat. The time is almost up. Haven't you thought about it yet? Hecate pointed to the hourglass on the table that was almost running out and urged with a smile. If you don't move, you will lose. Lorne didn't have time to think too much, and he had no choice but to move the chess piece. But as we all know, the probability of making mistakes in a hurry will increase sharply. Soon, Lorne fell into a completely passive position and had to engage in a bloody exchange of pieces with the fiercely attacking Hecate. Even though he was extremely careful and kept trying to take back the initiative, Hecate did not give him the slightest chance. After a stalemate of half an hour, Lorne lost all his territory and his chess pieces were almost shaved off. He could only push down the king representing victory and defeat, and raised his hands helplessly. You win. After a victory, Hecate's beautiful face showed a satisfied smile, and she stretched out her hand gracefully. So, what do I deserve? Lorne thought for a moment, lifted his sleeves, untied a string of rune bracelets from his wrist, and threw them to the other side. After receiving the spoils, Hecate raised the corners of his lips with pleasure, looked at his debtor with a playful look, and asked kindly, "It was just a little bit just now, do you want to continue? Come again." Lorne's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth to fight. How can a child cry every night, and how can a gambler lose every day? After all, he carries the competitive experience of the next few thousand years. Can't he win a game before losing all his chips? I don't believe it. Having made up his mind, Lorne rolled the dice again according to the process, chose the first and last, and faced the opposite side of the dark moon goddess again. Having tasted the sweetness, Hecate still adopted the previous tactics of exchanging pieces and extreme pressure. Faced with the continuous offensive on the chessboard, which was stronger than the wave, Lorne racked his brains and struggled to hold on. But after a few years of precipitation, Hecate's iterative and updated playing style was obviously not so easy to deal with. No matter how stubborn Lorne was, he still turned over in the next few games. He was repeatedly rubbed and beaten on the chessboard and could only stiffen his neck. Come again. Sorry, you have lost 7 games in a row. You should settle the debt first. Hecate pressed the chessboard and reminded with a smile. Be willing to accept the loss. In order to have a chance to turn the tables, Lorne had to pay the lost gambling money first. After searching his body, 2 cipherings, a bronze dagger, and a crystal necklace were used to pay off the debt. These are basically all the belongings that Lorne has saved in recent years. But even so, it is still not enough. There are still 3 missing. Lorne hesitated for a moment, and then he seemed to have made up his mind. He first took off his coat and shirt, and finally took off his trousers, finally collecting 7 chips. Hecate patted the spoils stacked beside her with satisfaction, and looked at the victim opposite her who had lost everything, except his underwear with her beautiful eyes, and the smile on her face became brighter. At this moment, a cold wind blew, and some gamblers who were too excited calmed down, and began to back out. I say, it seems a bit inappropriate to be naked in the temple of the goddess Hecate. How about we? Don't worry, she won't mind. The real owner of the temple waved his hand generously, not minding this so-called disrespect, but enthusiastically cast the dice first, announcing the start of a new round of games. As the goddess of fun who represents a certain game, randomness, and happiness, the embarrassment of others is undoubtedly a kind of enjoyment for her, especially for opponents who have used tricks to defeat her. Faced with the goddess' strong invitation, Lorne, who couldn't get away from his seat, had to bite the bullet and rearrange his troops and start again. Then, he lost another round without a doubt. As the dust settled, Hecate propped up her chin with one hand, looked at the other side with a smile, and waited for her opponent to take off the last piece of fig leaf with great interest. Lorne was like a little white rabbit who was humiliated. Hecate spread his hands tremblingly and took out the debt repayment. Hecate looked at the slightly curly silver short hair on the table, and the smile on her face rose. A hair? Isn't this a bit too shameless? As the creditor, the goddess of the underworld moon was a little bit difficult to hold back, and the sound of grinding teeth could be heard faintly under the veil. If I lose, I will pay what I have, but I decide what to pay. Lorne raised his hand to fiddle with a strand of silver hair hanging in front of his forehead, and leisurely reiterated the conditions before the game. The humiliation pretended on his face was replaced by an innocent smile. I paid the gambling chips in full accordance with the rules. Don't slander my innocence out of thin air. You will meet all requirements, but you will never give people what they really want. Hecate frowned and sneered, exposing someone's ugly face in one sentence. I'm afraid that from the beginning, this guy had planned it well, and had no intention of honestly fulfilling his promise. Under Hecate's contemptuous eyes, Lorne spread his hands and blinked sincerely. If you think this game is unfair, why not stop the game? After a short silence, Hecate gritted her teeth and threw the dice in her hand angrily. Continue. Well, I took the bait. Lorne raised the corners of his lips in pleasure, and a smile that was not surprising appeared on his face. Because this is a gambling dog. For them, winning or losing is not important. The biggest punishment is to stop them from continuing to gamble. And once it continues without restraint, no matter how good a gambler is, there will always be a day when he loses everything. What's more, as the banker, I seem to have a lot of chips. Chapter 14 airs. I'm here to show off to you. Lorne touched the hair on his head that was envied by programmers, and muttered to himself. According to the loopholes that were deliberately left before, it is not impossible for him to pay some negative concepts such as bad luck, depression, pain, curse, etc. But the more such chips that cannot be quantified and qualitative, the easier it is to be reversed, and finally shoot oneself in the foot. So for the sake of safety, he is still more willing to pay a little physical sacrifice. Compared with losing a few hairs, the method of quickly promoting to demigod is simply a blood profit. After turning his thoughts, Lorne stretched his waist and moved the chess pieces comfortably, launching rounds of trial and error and fighting on the chessboard. To be honest, Hecate's exchange tactics and extreme pressure are indeed difficult to deal with. But for this game, she is just a novice after all, and her offensive routines and means are only a few combinations over and over again. In his mind, Lorne had the chess game experience and routines accumulated by humans for thousands of years. Once he could figure out Hecate's moves and stabilize his position, he could formulate corresponding strategies and launch a counterattack. Finally, after paying the price of about 30 hairs, Lorne used a set of routines of soldier changes and soldier kills the king to force Hecate to the point of desperation. Check. As the Warcraft head chess piece representing the chariot in Lorne's hand moved forward, it cooperated with the soldiers who had been upgraded to block the last retreat of the enemy's king chess. Hecate, who was no longer able to turn the tide, could only push the chess piece down in disappointment and accept the victory or defeat of this game with a pinch of her nose. Well, according to the agreement, now it's time for you to tell me how to upgrade to a demigod as quickly as possible. Goddess? It's very simple. Drop your blood on the dice, then silently recite what you want in your heart and roll the corresponding points. It will give you guidance. Although she is a gambler, as an upright goddess, Hecate still has the basic moral integrity of being willing to accept defeat, and she said the method very straightforwardly. You sit. Lorne followed Hecate's gaze and looked at the serpentine 12-sided dice in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly. This thing is the extra prize for winning the resurrection match. It originally belonged to Hecate and was originally a pair. The 12 sides of the dice are not only engraved with numbers, but the emblems that make up the numbers also correspond to the 12 main gods who control Greece, that is, the current order of the world. Since you want to upgrade your bloodline to a demigod, you need to find opportunities in the world, and it will give you the answer. Hecate played with another 12-sided serpentine dice in her hand and explained with a smile. This is not an ordinary gift, but a gift from fate. Really? Why do I feel like fate seems to have always disliked me? Lorne looked at the 12-sided dice on the table with a doubtful look. Hecate did not comment, smiled slightly, and stretched out her fair right hand. According to the agreement, I have said what I should say. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't need it, just give it back to me. Lorne hesitated for a moment and quickly made up his mind. Anyway, we are already at the bottom of the valley, and no matter how we go, we will go up. What's there to be afraid of? Why not go all in? Suddenly, a thought came to mind, and the world was wide in an instant. Lorne immediately raised his hand and bit his index finger. Under Hecate's smiling gaze, he squeezed out a drop of golden red blood and ripped it on the 12-sided dice, then closed his eyes and counted silently for a few seconds and decisively threw the dice on the table. The blood-stained dice rolled on the table for a few times and finally stopped at a pattern of 8 crossed blood-red spears. 8. God of War? Then, congratulations on receiving Heir's blessing. Hecate glanced at the dice, chuckled and snapped her fingers. At the same time, the 12-sided dice on the table hummed and trembled, turning into a scarlet bloodlight, and crashed into Lorne's chest at lightning speed, merging into the dark curse mark that Hecate had engraved on him, and disappeared in an instant. This emblem is a circle, with a circular maze around a spiral in the center. The maze implies rebirth, and the spiral in the center symbolizes thought and soul. Its name, Hecate's Wheel. At this time, in Lorne's ocean of consciousness, a friction sound like the operation of gears and mechanisms sounded, and the maze transformed by Hecate's wheel rotated and reconstructed, turning into an ancient mottled bronze altar. As the blood-stained 12-sided dice fell in the center of the altar, the rich blood color spread and woven into a scarlet oracle. Slaughter 100 golden level sea beasts to complete the god's sacrifice. Lorne was a little confused and told the information in his mind and frowned to Hecate opposite him. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, you should have the blood of the god of war heirs. Hecate asked back with a smile while tapping another 12-sided dice with one hand. Lorne thought about it and nodded slightly. Cadmus, the builder of the city of Thebes, was forced to serve the god of war Ares for 8 years because he killed Ares' dragon. Later, under the coordination of the gods, the two sides reconciled, and Zeus married Harmonia, the goddess of coordination and harmony, the daughter of Ares and Aphrodite, to Cadmus as his wife, to compensate Cadmus for his 8 years of hard labor. According to the family tree, his deceased mother Semele was one of the 4 children of Cadmus and Harmonia. In other words, in addition to Zeus, Lorne also has the blood of Ares, the god of war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. At this time, he got a positive answer, and Hecate smiled and gave a further interpretation. The answer is simple. If an ordinary half-blood hero wants to become a demigod, he needs to refine himself day by day and awaken the divinity in his body step by step before he can ignite the divine fire and complete the upgrade. But now the dice has given you the shortcut you want. Just complete the sacrifice to Ares as required. It will allow you to steal the blessing of the war god's power for a short time. At that time, you have the same source of divine blood in your body, and you can collect enough divinity from both inside and outside through this carnival of killing and fighting, and then ignite the divine fire in your body. Hiss. Hearing Hecate's description, Lorne took a breath. This gamble seems a bit big. In a sense, this move is to bypass Ares, the genuine god of war, and ride the war god's power under himself for a while. Although in various versions of myths and epics, Ares is often the object of being led, and he is really not a big deal among the 12 main gods. But it also depends on who is holding the rope. Let me, a golden boy who is just 16 years old, go to any other god power of an authentic Olympian god. This can no longer be called playing with fire. It is simply suicide. You are afraid that I won't die fast enough, right? Lorne complained with a dark face, unhappily exposing the sinister intentions of the unscrupulous creditor in front of him. Don't worry, Olympus won't notice what you did. Hecate smiled indifferently, raised her hand to move the dice on the table, and spoke meaningfully. Because inevitable fate can't predict accidental dice. Lorne's eyes flashed, his face was thoughtful, and the heart hanging in his chest gradually fell back a little. As a qualified gambler, she shouldn't do such a stupid thing as destroying the chips easily. At least, I have to wait until I create enough value or corresponding fun before I can recycle them. In this case, Lorne closed his eyes, thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly opened his purple eyes, clenched his fists, and raised his lips to a crazy arc. High risk and high return. It's showtime. Yes, are you ready? I'm here to show you off. Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and coordination in Greek mythology. Not only is she the daughter of Ares, the god of war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and the ancestor of the protagonist, but she is also the mortal enemy of the goddess Eris. So, isn't this introduction posted here? It belongs to inheriting the family tradition. In addition, thank you for the recommendations, monthly tickets and rewards. Love you. Chapter 15 Zeus, explode the gold coins. On the island of Ao, the night was as quiet as water, and the waning moon hung high in the sky. With the arrival of dinner time, the rich aroma of food wafted out from the treehouse. Tomorrow morning, I want to go out of the island. You want to leave? Zeus, who was busy at the dining table, looked up in surprise, and the smile on her face froze a little. Lorne put down the spoon in his hand and raised his hands in surrender. Don't worry, I just find some targets nearby to practice and see if I can find a way to break through. Really? Hearing this explanation, the gloom on Zeus's face was reduced a little, and then she sniffed doubtfully, leaned forward and sniffed at Lorne up and down, and her eyes became sharp in an instant. No, it smells like a lie. Pa. A loud slap hit Zeus's head, and Lorne pointed behind him with a dark face. What a lie. If you don't turn back, the kitchen will be set on fire. Zeus was startled and looked up at the soup pot on the stove, which was bubbling and had red edges. Her face changed immediately, and she rushed into the tragic scene screaming, "Ah, my Hukian 3.0. A quarter of an hour later, the dusty witch of Ao Island rushed out of the kitchen filled with smoke, carrying the half pot of porridge she had rescued. Her originally fair face was now pitch black, with only two pink eyes rolling around. The sharpness and profoundness that suddenly burst out of her body disappeared, leaving only a certain wisdom aura. Lorne, who was sitting at the dining table, twitched his mouth, stroked his forehead and shook his head. You are going out tomorrow morning, right? This meal's just for you to practice. Zeus wiped her face with clean water without caring, and enthusiastically promoted her masterpiece to her beloved disciple. Come on, try my new oatmeal porridge. It's fresh out of the pot, guaranteed to be fresh. Lorne glanced at the thick green soup that seemed to be infused with evil energy, as well as the suspicious sediments floating at the bottom of the pot that looked like burnt crocodile skin. He sniffed the strong burnt smell in the air, and his eyelids twitched. He suspected that this bowl of soup would send him away immediately. It's all burnt. I'll definitely have it next time. Lorne kept a stiff smile on his face, pushed away the soup bowl, and politely refused the kindness or malice from Zeus. Then, without waiting for Zeus to react, he decisively pulled away from the dining table with a very smooth posture, and moved a sealed pottery jar from under the floor of his bedroom, and placed it on the dining table. It just so happens that I made some drinks before, so drink mine first. As he spoke, the old seal on the pottery jar was opened, and a rich and wonderful fruity aroma filled the air. Then, the mouth of the jar tilted, and a stream of purple-red nectar flowed into the empty bowl, gleaming with amber luster. Zeus's nose twitched, and her eyes lit up. It smells so good. Did you make it with grapes? Lorne nodded with a smile, picked up the pottery bowl, and handed it to his witch teacher. Authentic grape juice, try it. Zeus took the pottery bowl, and looked at the crystal clear liquid in the container curiously, but did not rush to drink it. Instead, she squinted her eyes, and glanced at her beloved disciple suspiciously. Something is wrong. You haven't been so attentive before. Did you poison it? Yes, I poisoned it. Lorne rolled his eyes, and stepped forward to take the pottery away. Don't bluff me, it's clearly grape juice. However, before Lorne could reach out, Zeus snatched the pottery jar away, and puffed up her chest with confidence. Humph, and I'm not afraid, even if there's poison in it. I taught you potions, and with your level, you can't poison me. As she said that, the witch raised the corners of her lips, unexpectedly picked up the pottery jar, and poured the entire jar of grape juice directly into her throat. You drank it all? Lorne looked at Zeus with a bulging belly in astonishment, his expression dull and complicated. Haha, of course. Zeus raised her chin triumphantly, grinning, and her true intentions were revealed. HMPH, all the drinks you have hidden are gone. Now, drink my oatmeal. Drink it. However, for some reason, her thinking became more and more sluggish, her words became increasingly unclear, and there was a heat boiling in her body. It was as if her feet were stepping on a ball of cotton. Her body swayed left and right without any force, and the scenery in front of her continued to rotate and differentiate. Strange. How did you become two? Zeus held the bowl of oatmeal in one hand and scratched her head with the other hand. Her fair face was flushed like a burning cloud. I told you to taste it slowly, but you actually drank it all. Looking at the eagle witch circling around him, Lorne's mouth twitched slightly, and he touched his forehead helplessly. How do you feel now? Head a little dizzy, but superb. Zeus raised a fist with one hand, showing abnormal excitement. Then what is it? 10. The witch answered happily, with a proud look on her face. Congratulations, the answer is correct. Lorne complimented loudly, and at the same time, he put his right hand with two fingers extended behind his back, looked at the stupid bird that was staggering, and obviously losing its mind, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, it's already lame. It seems that, as recorded in the epic, even demigods can't resist this magic potion called wine. Especially, the wine he brewed and purified himself. Lorne pushed away the Hukian 3.0 in front of him, waved the empty pottery jar on the table, and the corners of his lips raised to outline a happy arc. A few years ago, in his spare time, he collected grapes on the island, and tried to make a batch of private brewing using the natural fermentation method mentioned in ancient books. This method does not require the addition of wine yeast, but relies on the yeast that grows on the surface of the grape skin, and then ferments the grapes into wine through sealing and temperature control. I don't know if it is because of the talent brought by this bloodline and divinity. He has an extraordinary sensitivity and cognition of things related to brewing. The experiment was not only successful at one time, but also reached the level of fine brewing. These stocks that were stored in advance were originally prepared for the gambling goddess. However, considering that the risk was too great and the other party was too sharp, it was inevitable that he would lose more than he gained. So, the first achievement was finally used on the silly bird Zeus. Originally, he just wanted to use the excuse of a few drinks to get his witch teacher drunk. but unexpectedly, she didn't know whether she was overconfident or really brave, and actually drank the whole jar of her own fine wine in one breath. Now, I'm afraid she won't wake up for 3 or 5 days. But it just so happened that Lorne looked up at Zeus, who was already drunk and sleeping on the table, rubbing his hands and walking towards the great witch of Ai Island with an evil smile on his handsome face, immersed in the night. Teacher, you have been torturing me for so long, and now it's finally your turn to explode gold coins. I'm going to accompany drinking and playing cards tonight. It's a bit late, so I'll report for one update first. I'll make up 2 more updates tomorrow at noon. Chapter 16. Every mage has a close combat dream. In the early morning, the sun was rising, and the remaining night brought a bit of haziness. A sturdy sealer boat passed through the mist on the sea, and ran aground on a beach with the rising and falling waves. We are here. Lorne on the boat looked up at the outline of a remote island in front of him, and was shocked. He immediately jumped off the deck, pulled up the rope, tied the boat to a reef nearby, and went to a high place to look far away. This small island of only a dozen square kilometers was in full view under the bird's eye view. The island is relatively remote and narrow, surrounded by rugged and protruding rocks. There are almost no vegetation and animals on the island, and there is a faint smell of sulfur. As a residence, it is indeed a bit shabby and desolate, but as a hunting ground, this place is perfect. Because this is an island formed by the cooling and accumulation of floating debris after the recent eruption of an underwater volcano, it is not marked on the nautical chart, so naturally it will not be easily disturbed by intruders. Moreover, such newly formed volcanic rock islands will often disintegrate and sink into the sea soon, because they cannot withstand the ravages of waves and undercurrents. It can be said that even the effort of cleaning up the scene and eliminating traces is saved. In history, many islands that suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly were due to similar reasons. After examining the secret base he had prepared in advance, Lorne nodded with satisfaction, chose a relatively high and hidden area on the coast, and then casually sprinkled a handful of wyvern teeth he had collected towards the land in front of him. More than a dozen dagger-sized white dragon teeth fell on the ground in a scattered manner, and they took root automatically, like seeds with vigorous vitality, madly absorbing the magic power in the earth and air, growing rapidly, twisting and deforming, and turning into white bone soldiers with some dragon characteristics, standing silently in front of Lorne, waiting for orders. The dragon tooth soldier spatus is a widely spread summoning secret technique in Greek magic. Because it is derived from dragon seeds, its hardness, flexibility, and magic conductivity are far superior to ordinary skeletons and undead, and it is a very reliable servant. Lorne's summoning technique is not very profound, but he seems to have an amazing talent for the use of dragon tooth soldier. Of course, this is probably due to his blood. Legend has it that the hero Cadmus killed Ares' poisonous dragon while searching for his sister Europa, who was abducted by Zeus. The goddess of wisdom Athena told Cadmus to turn over the land and plant the poisonous dragon's teeth in the ground. Afterwards, the sown dragon teeth turned into a fully armed warrior army in the land. These warriors fought each other, and the last 5 who survived were called spatus, which means sown, which is the predecessor of the dragon tooth soldier. These dragon tooth soldier helped Cadmus build the city described in Apollo's oracle, and named it Thebes according to the order of God, which is now Lorne's nominal hometown, Thebes. Therefore, the skill of summoning dragon tooth soldiers can be said to be a talent passed down from ancestors. Thanks to this gift of blood, even with ordinary wyvern teeth and his own gold level, he can barely summon a silver level dragon tooth soldier as a vassal. Although these servants are not even a dish on the Sea of Oceanus, they are perfect for use as labor. Get started. Seeing that more than a dozen dragon tooth soldiers have been shaped, Lorne waved his hand and gave orders. Immediately, the more than 10 dragon tooth soldiers in front of him were divided into 2 teams. One team went to the coast to carry the large and small bags of supplies in the cabin, and the other team stayed in place to pile and began to build a camp with multiple uses such as a resting place, a defensive position and a magic workshop. These tireless and hard-working laborers completed the task excellently in just 2 or 3 hours, and then stood guard near the camp and waited for orders. Looking at the sun that had not yet risen to the zenith, Lorne stretched his muscles, opened a dozen packages of various sizes, and began to leisurely count his previous gains. In terms of potions, there were 10 bottles of energy potions, 7 bottles of blood coagulants, 5 bottles of paralysis and weakness potions, 6 bottles of lethal poisons, and 2 cans of Hukyuan porridge that I didn't know how to evaluate. In terms of materials, there were 32 gems, 18 of which had been used and engraved into magic circles, and 14 were useless and were still raw stones. In addition, there were 12 mature man rakes, 3 bottles of mint oil for meditation and mosquito repellent, some dragon teeth and dragon scales, and some herbs, minerals, dry food, clean water and other sundries that he carried with him. Finally, the equipment. 4 secret rings, a bronze longsword, a grey upper body armor, a bronze hunting bow and 2 pots of bronze arrows. Looking at the dazzling array of strategic reserves in front of him, Lorne's lips unconsciously raised, outlining a trace of joy. In his mind, he couldn't help but reflect the pitiful figure of a certain witch lying on the ground crying and making a fuss after waking up, and looking at the looted small treasury. That's right, these were all the gold coins that the dear witch teacher gave him before leaving. After all, Lorne himself almost lost all the money he had saved in the process of gambling with Hecate. But the god sacrifice that was promoted to demigod was on the verge of a bow. After thinking about it, a certain unscrupulous good student simply set his sights on Zeus. There was no other way, because there were only 2 bosses on the entire island of Aiu that could drop equipment. He was definitely not going to be able to defeat Hecate, the goddess of the underworld, and he was not sure about digging a pit. For the benefit of his students, he had to make his witch teacher suffer. These were just a little bit of mental compensation for the years she had tortured him to death. While trying to make up for his unscrupulous behavior, Lorne familiarized himself with the new equipment he had obtained from Zeus. For weapons, the feel was very important. If the next action was to make a mistake because of this, it would be too stupid and too fatal. After a simple trial, Lorne had a general understanding of the equipment he had obtained. The 4 rings had the effects of protection, attack, concealment, and recovery, and the gems inlaid on the outside were injected with the magic power of the 4 element of water, fire, earth, and air, forming a perfect cycle in secret, which could greatly increase the user's control of worms. Obviously, this was a complete set of magic equipment with excellent performance, and it was a treasure of Zeus. As for the bronze sword, upper body armor, bronze hunting bow and 2 pots of bronze arrows, it is hard to tell where they came from. There are still some rust and war damage on them, and they are obviously quite old. Obviously, most of them are high-level equipment that fell into the sea after a war of gods or a big conflict, and then were picked up by Zeus accidentally and collected as collections. But probably because she had no use and no interest, Zeus did not repair them, but just let them gather dust in the warehouse. To this day, the secret texts on the surface of the weapons for amplification and the spirituality inside have been lost. But even so, these things still have the quality of gold and can give full play to Lorne's own combat power. Lorne was quite regretful for such a waste of natural resources. After all, mages all have a dream of close combat, especially wizards like him who are not very serious. But it's okay, as long as they can be used, and the rest will be dealt with later. The bronze sword in Lorne's hand swung down, and the blade made a low humming sound as it cut through the air. His eyes looked far into the deep and vast oceanus sea. Everything is ready, and the hunt is about to begin. There is one more update, which is expected to be posted at noon. Chapter 17. Next time, fill in very simple. The fiery red setting sun gradually sank into the sea, and the afterglow of the sunset gradually disappeared in the rising night, and a slight coolness spread. With the alternation of cold and heat, the cold sea breeze blew from the depths of the oceanus sea, stirring the deep sea water upward, and the layers of waves pushed towards the surrounding islands and land, hitting the reefs and beaches along the way, forming pieces of snow-white foam and waves. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the waves, the ripples on the sea surface flickered in the moonlight, as if the stars landed in the sea, like a beautiful painting. However, the more beautiful things in nature are, the more dangerous they are. With the high tide, there is also the unique salty smell of the deep sea, and the rustling sound of climbing on the reefs. Night is not only the time of high tide, but also the time when marine life is most active. In the age of gods, these marine creatures, naturally including sea monsters, they often choose to land at night, attack livestock and settlements along the coast, and hunt for food. Under the cold moonlight, several grey-brown sea scorpions with several pairs of sharp limbs climbed onto the beach with the surging tide. They were as big as trucks and quite conspicuous. As soon as they came ashore, these giant monsters living in the deep sea excitedly waved their limbs and scrambled to crawl towards a pile of fresh internal organs on the beach. Sweet, delicious, and rich in magical nutrients. They were attracted by the unique and strong smell of blood on the island and came here for a meal. However, before these sea scorpions arrived and cheered to start eating, the soft beach suddenly sank, and the white skeletons holding swords, shields, and spears jumped up and slashed at the weakly defended abdomens and joints of the sea monsters. Suddenly, the shells of several sea scorpions that were caught off guard shattered and crawled to the ground, like chariots stuck in a mud pit. Even if they reacted and fought back, it was still futile to face the fearless and amazing skeletons around them. Soon, several sea scorpions fell to the ground before the feast began. Afterwards, more than a dozen skeletons on the beach attacked the sea scorpions that were not yet dead, dismembered them one by one, and then threw their body parts into the nearby shallows. Streams of light blue blood gushed out from the miserable wounds, soaking the nearby beach, blending into the undulating tides, and then spreading in the sea water, emitting a stronger bloody smell, attracting new targets in the deep sea. Now, the sea scorpions not only failed to have a feast, but also became bait for nesting. It was extremely unlucky, and a certain instigator, leaning against a standing rock, calmly wiped the bronze sword in his hand, continued to squat on the edge of the hunting ground, quietly waiting for the right target to come ashore. Although these sea scorpions are big, the magic power in their bodies is pitifully small, only at the upper bronze level. In the Oceanus Sea, they are at best at the bottom of the food chain, and are basically useless to shrimps. However, their blood and meat are very popular with carnivorous sea monsters. With the wyvern viscera that he had piled on the beach before, it should soon attract more advanced predators. Sure enough, after waiting for about half an hour, a snow-white wave rose on the sea surface, and the sword-like fins broke through the waves and slid towards the shallows that exuded a bloody smell. The fragments of sea scorpions floating on the sea surface were then torn into pieces and swallowed by two rows of sharp fangs. According to the outline, it can be vaguely seen that this is a sea monster similar to a hammerhead shark. Here it comes. The hunter lurking in the night was refreshed and suddenly opened his eyes, but his eyes skipped the sea monster that was feasting and looked at the deeper sea. In the thick night, a golden color approached quickly. Crack. Then, with a tooth-grinding bite, the hammerhead shark-like sea monster was struck by thunder and kept roaring and rolling in the shallows. But as a large amount of blood gushed out and a disgusting fishy smell filled the air, its resistance soon stopped and it turned up its snow-white belly. Puff. After a moment, the belly of the shark-like sea monster was cut open by two sharp claws, and a figure bathed in blood stretched its waist lazily under the bright moonlight. It was a beautiful woman with a human upper body and a snake tail growing on the lower body. Her graceful curves exuded full temptation to the opposite sex. But a pair of claws covered with snake scales, still dripping with blood, and a heart that was chewed in the mouth and still faintly beating, made people daunted. And the vertical pupils that opened and closed in the night revealed the gloom and bloodthirstiness unique to cold-blooded animals. Obviously, if you encounter such a thing, it is better to consider whether you can save your life first, rather than fantasizing about a romantic encounter. The greedy snake girl, Lamia. A very ferocious and greedy sea monster in the Oceanus Sea. Some say they are the children of Poseidon, some say they are the descendants of Zeus's cursed mistress Lamia, and some say they are the blood of the old sea god Pontus. In short, their origins are complicated, and there are a large number and groups in the deep sea. But there is no doubt that they have divine blood flowing in their bodies and have excellent strength. For example, this adult Lamia on the sea surface has reached the level of the gold rank. At this moment, the snake girl who had previously disemboweled the sea monster moved her throat to swallow the still warm heart and opened her mouth to spit out the scarlet core. Some kind of tempting fishy sweetness coming from the island made Lamia, who had not yet been full, a little excited, and looked greedily at the internal organs and meat scattered on the beach. Compared to ordinary sea monsters, the flesh and blood of dragons obviously contain more magic power, and are more to her taste. The snake girl's mouth drooled uncontrollably, and the almost cursed hunger drove her to crawl up the beach, heading for a more delicious meal. However, at the moment, when she was about to get close to the food, there was a buzzing tremor around her, and several triangular, square, and circular Hermes characters lit up on the beach, connecting and rotating with each other, forming several intertwined and superimposed magic circles. Sensing the crazy gathering of magic factors in the air and the rapidly rising temperature around her, Lamia's vertical pupils shrank sharply, and she subconsciously wanted to withdraw. Want to run? Too late. Lorne sneered at the corner of his mouth, and clenched his right hand, that was stretched forward. In an instant, scorching flames rose from the ground, and Lamia, who stepped into the trap, was immediately torn apart, and her scales peeled off. Hiss. The snake girl twisted in pain, hissing sharply, trying to use the gift of her bloodline to summon water to extinguish the flames around her. However, at some point, the shallows leading to the sea behind her had already gathered sand into a wall, isolating the tide outside the base of the magic circle. Soon, the small amount of water vapor that was summoned and attached to Lamia's body surface to try to cool down could not withstand the scorching flames and dissipated. Similarly, the dying snake girl also turned into a piece of black charcoal with the explosion of the flames, and the golden red particles poured out from the twisted wreckage, turning into strands of light, converging on Lorne's chest. With a strange burning sensation, Lorne felt his blood boiling, his bones faintly making a growing explosion, and on the bronze altar of the ocean of consciousness, golden red lights flickered. Obviously, these are the divinity that completes the hunting and refining. As the dust settled, Lorne slowly opened his eyes, cut off the control of the magic circle, exhaled the foul air in his chest, looked at the remains of the first prey, and muttered to himself, "I have overestimated the intelligence of these sea monsters. It seems that this upgrade is not so difficult." In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, he almost used up all the materials he got from Zeus and set up 100 magic circles and traps on this island. If I had known earlier, I should have used them sparingly. Just as Lorne was secretly complaining, several golden lights appeared under the sea in the distance, and winding and graceful figures quickly approached this remote volcanic rock island. The hunter, who was still muttering very simple just now, his eyelids jumped, and he suddenly remembered something. Lamia, it seems to live in groups, and the screams of the same kind before dying have become a signal for assembly and help. What a bad mouth. Lorne twitched his mouth in self-mockery, but his eyes did not waver at all. Instead, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and his thoughts spread out in all directions like a tide. But, with a strong humming and trembling sound, hermetic lines flashed and echoed, and the magic circles that formed each other continued to focus and operate, turning the entire isolated island into a solid war fortress. 3 updates to make up for it. Sorry, it's a little late. I shamelessly beg you to vote and read on, please. This is very important for the new book. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 18. Airs is wilting. The light of dawn broke, and the thick sea fog gradually dissipated with the arrival of morning light. The desolate volcanic rock island was like a tragic bombardment. Large and small pits almost filled the beaches and rocks along the coast, and white bone fragments and bloody snake scales were scattered everywhere. The closer to the center and the highest point of the island, the more tragic and bloody the scene became. One by one, the charming snake girls had their heads cut off by wind blades, their waists cut off by ground spikes, or their bodies shattered by flames. The flying flesh and scattered body parts dyed the grey-brown rocks into bright scarlet, paving a bloody road from the ridge to the heights. Bang! With a sharp explosion of air, the snake girl's corpse, which was only left with the upper body, crashed into the protruding rocks and turned into splattered pieces of meat. A wisp of golden red blood, rich in divinity, was extracted from it and automatically gathered into the body of the only figure standing high. Lorne lowered his arms and slowly exhaled a long turbid breath. His joints made a crackling sound. His purple eyes, which gradually lost their blood color, examined the unrecognizable and tragic battlefield and frowned. Sure enough, even if he fully utilized the advantage of the field, it was still a stretch to fight 37. Moreover, this number was only the adult gold level Lamia. The remaining silver and bronze level larvae were at least hundreds. If the entire island had not been built into an iron barrel-like war fortress by himself, and if there were not dragon-tooth soldiers guarding the two wings, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the end. But in any case, this level was finally passed. After confirming that it was safe, Lorne let down his guard and slumped on the ground. He looked down at the bloody wounds on his chest, arms, and neck, gasping for air with his teeth bared, and cursed in his heart. Originally, according to his own plan, he would use the advantage of home field to kill as many as he could, and then fight and retreat, hold out until the tide recedes at dawn, and then go fishing again after resting. But who knows that the so-called blessing of heirs has another pitfall. It can make people block fear, become braver and more excited, until they lose their brains, turn into a war maniac, and fight a life and death battle with all the living things in front of them. Especially after Lorne used the war power from the cow to absorb too much divinity containing impurities and negative emotions from the corpses of the defeated at one time, this state became even more uncontrollable. If it weren't for the war power that not only absorbed divinity, but also had the benefit of healing and repairing physical injuries, Lorne would probably not have a single piece of good skin on his body now. No wonder Ares is also called the god of mad war, which originally refers to the brain-dead state of not recognizing relatives when blood rage is opened on the battlefield. While rubbing his aching temple, Lorne secretly criticized his great-grandfather. At the same time, he made up his mind to resolutely slow down the process of upgrading using the war power. After all, the negative effects of this thing are too bad. He doesn't have the nearly immortal body of the gods. Don't let him become a delivery boy before the upgrade is completed. At this time, as Lorne rested, wisps of golden red blood flowed out from the wound, causing the originally hideous wounds to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After only 3/4 of an hour, there was no damage to his body surface, and even his spirit, which was a little sluggish before, was rejuvenated with more vigorous vitality. It must be said that, although Ares's war power has a certain degree of damage to IQ, its effect on the body is also perfect. Of course, in addition to these, there are some small problems that are not perfect. For example, it is easy to get angry. Feeling the surging blood and ki in his body, and the pendant under him, that was constantly expanding and hardening, Lorne twitched his mouth, stood up from the ground, dragged his tattered bronze armor and outer clothes, and came to the beach. After washing and cooling, he looked down at his current appearance. After a night of fierce fighting and sacrificing 37 gold level lamias, he was now 1.8 meters tall under the baptism of war power and internal and external divinity. His limbs and lower abdomen bulged with well-proportioned and explosive muscles. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the hard volcanic rock several meters high next to him collapsed to the ground with a shrill sonic boom. Lorne looked at his fist without any scratches, and then looked at himself in the water, who was as fit as a cheetah, and couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his forehead. By the way, why do I feel that my path as a mage is going astray, focusing on physical fitness and strength? Forget it, good physical fitness is not a bad thing after all. The most urgent thing is to complete this trial, to upgrade to a demigod first. Lorne simply sorted out his thoughts and began to count the gains and losses after the war. Although he successfully wiped out a large group of Lamia, which made his strength a qualitative leap, the materials, potions, and equipment looted from Zeus were also lost. Without these war resources, he can only use local materials and get some ready-made things from sea beasts and monsters as substitutes. Of course, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. For this reason, Lorne decided to slow down the progress of hunting after careful consideration, attracting at most 3 or 5 gold level sea beasts each time, and completing this upgrade trial in a steady manner. Now, there are still 63 to go. The hunter bathed in the sun on the coast, licked his dry lips, and looked out at the turbulent sea. Late at night, on the holy mountain Olympus, brilliant starlight descended from the sky, embellishing the buildings lined up one after another. The temples of the gods at the top stood majestically. Some were covered with thunderclouds, some were peaceful, and some white doves were flying, each showing the characteristics of the divine power of the other. In the center of the large area of sacred plants such as roses, poppies, pomegranates, myrtles, quince and clover, there was an aesthetic temple made of pure white marble that completely conformed to the golden ratio. The columns carved with ornaments such as waves, foam, and dolphins were also inlaid with a large number of gems and pearls. Here was the bedroom of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. As a goddess born in the waves of the sea, she had white porcelain skin, blonde hair and blue eyes, and the perfect figure and appearance of ancient Greek women. She was a symbol of love and beauty, and controlled the power to arouse the sexual desire and love of both sexes. Even the male gods of Olympus were fascinated by her, and launched crazy pursuits one after another. But in the end, this beautiful flower was arranged by the king of gods Zeus, and inserted into the head of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman. An ugly and lame deformed child. This combination of beauty and ugliness was not favored by almost all gods, and naturally it was inevitable that there would be many twists and turns. At this time, in the depths of Aphrodite's gorgeous temple, waves of fierce knocking sounds and rough breathing of men and women were faintly heard. Under the pink gauze curtain, clothes were flying in disorder. On the exquisite shell-shaped waterbed, two figures kissed passionately, ready to vent the god's vigorous energy and reproductive desire. But judging from the man's healthy and sturdy limbs and handsome appearance, it was obviously not Aphrodite's lame and ugly husband. As famous as the beautiful appearance of this goddess of love, is her infidelity to her husband. And her main cheating object is the god of war as. After all, only the bravest and strongest warrior king can satisfy the god of love's insatiable desire. But the crazy intercourse that used to last for several days, for some reason, came to an abrupt end after just a moment today. Next, no matter how hard Aphrodite tried, she still couldn't make Ares regain his masculinity. Bang. Finally, the god of love, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Ares off the bed. My love, today's fighting must have consumed too much of my energy. Wait a minute, I will. Ares, who got up from the ground, hurriedly explained, his handsome face flushed red due to congestion. Get out. However, Aphrodite, who had suffered repeated setbacks on the bed, had long lost her mood and even began to doubt her charm. Therefore, with a cold face as beautiful as a peach, she unceremoniously kicked her old lover out of the bedroom. Faced with the most unspeakable shame for males, even the irritable and arrogant god of war seemed extremely embarrassed and awkward. Finally, seeing that there was no room for retreat, he could only pick up his clothes and leave the bedroom in a huff. Damn it, what happened? Exclamation mark. Why do I always have backaches and low energy recently? I can't even muster the energy for my favorite sports. Outside the bedroom of the god of love, Ares, who was treated coldly, cursed with a dark face, venting his anger at the flowers and plants along the way. Bang. Without noticing for a moment, the irritable god of war ran into a figure running towards him. Don't you have eyes? Idiot. Ares stepped back a few steps and stood still, looking up angrily at the idiot in front of him who offended him. Yo, it's just a bump while walking, is it necessary to be so angry? Hermes picked up his felt hat from the ground, patted the dust on it, put it on his head again, and teased with a smile. What? Did you get beaten up again? Are you looking for death? Facing his brother who was talking about everything, Ares' face became even gloomier. His fists as big as sandbags were clenched, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with a chill. It just so happened that he wanted to find a punching bag. No, it's just a joke. Seeing Ares like an angry bull, Hermes waved his hands with a smile on his face, and pointed to the great temple in front. Father God is still waiting for my reply. I will treat you to a glass of honey water to make amends later. Hearing the word Father God, Ares, who was walking angrily, froze and kicked Hermes away with hatred. Get lost. As the god of war, who had nowhere to vent his anger, left the scene and returned to his temple, Hermes, who was kicked, stood up from the ground and looked back and forth between Ares' back and a certain magnificent palace in front of him. It seemed that it took only 3 minutes from entering to exiting. Could it be? As a strange idea emerged in his mind, Hermes, who seemed to have discovered a secret, suddenly showed a subtle smile on his face, and the fire of gossip in his body burned fiercely. Hearing news and secrets is the favorite of this messenger god. Of course, delivering news is the job of a messenger. Hermes stroked his chin, and his meaningful eyes fell on a certain temple where heavy metal knocking sounds kept coming from. Do you want to make things more interesting? A certain kind of pleasure mixed with revengeful pleasure made the messenger god quickly make up his mind and walk forward. Chapter 19. Gamblers don't die well. The Sea of Oceanus, on a volcanic island. Chew. With a shrill scream, a siren with a human face and a bird body fell from midair with a shower of blood and crashed into a rocky beach. Before she could struggle to get up, a foot suddenly fell down and broke her neck. The sad cry for help eventually turned into a ho-ho gasp in the leaky throat. Lorne reached out and took out 2 balls of grass soaked in magic potion from his left and right ear canals, threw them on the ground, and stretched his body to welcome the golden red blood escaping from the siren. As the surging divinity gathered into his body, the last ray of vacant starlight on the bronze altar lit up. After more than half a month of rough hunting, 100 gold level sacrifices were finally gathered. At the moment when the goal was achieved, a fierce burning sensation came from Lorne's chest. The wheel of Hecate, symbolizing rebirth, turned and changed. The hundreds of divine lights on the bronze altar turned into falling stars, falling into the sea of heart where the soul resided. But, in an instant, Lorne's entire mental world was like encountering the impact of a meteor shower. Thoughts, consciousness, and emotions were annihilated in the roar and tremor in the skull. At that moment, time lost its concept and space lost its dimension. Everything no longer existed, and everything returned to the original chaos. Then, between lightning and lightning, a cluster of golden flames ignited in the darkness, and infinite light overflowed from then on, illuminating the boundless chaos and darkness. Thoughts, perceptions, and emotions quickly flowed back to every bone, every drop of blood, and every cell in the body, like thousands of rivers flowing into the sea. The pores of the entire body seemed to be completely opened, perceiving the world very clearly. Indistinctly, Lorne seemed to be in a bustling downtown. The breathing of the wind, the flow of water, the deposition of soil, the burning of light and fire, the budding of life, the rhythm of the soul. Everything around him was clearly reflected in his mind. The world is like a ball of eternally burning living fire. He himself is a cluster of flames nurtured in it, homogeneous and connected to each other. With a long breath, Lorne slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be 2 balls of golden flames flickering and jumping in his pupils. In a trance, it seemed that he could see another chaotic world from inside. So that's it. The so-called demigod is to use the medium of divinity to allow the individual soul and the essence of the world to achieve integration and resonance. Human power is sometimes limited, but if you rely on the whole world, call on magic power at will, and control the rules, then life can naturally be called God. However, the strength of the soul and the limit of the body's endurance will become the upper limit of limiting its own performance. Therefore, the life that ignites the divine fire can only be called demigod. Lorne's thoughts turned, constantly improving his understanding of practice and this world. In the process, the magic power of several kilometers formed a visible weather tide that continued to gather towards him, celebrating the birth of a new demigod on the Sea of Oceanus. The rich and pure magic factor continued to wash his flesh and bones, allowing his body to adapt to this world more perfectly, accommodating and calling more magic power. As if they had a premonition of danger, the fish and sea beasts attracted by the smell of blood in the nearby seas were frightened and fled in all directions, including some golden level monsters. Looking at the opponent who he had to be careful to deal with before, he was so panicked and trembling under the divine power of the demigod. Lorne felt a little funny, and a sense of illusion that he was in another world arose in his heart. Unexpectedly, he was successfully promoted so quickly. Things went very smoothly. Lorne looked down at his palm, and a sense of unreality and absurdity filled his chest. Or, it seemed to be going too smoothly. But, just as Lorne was lost in thought, the disappeared 12-sided dice reappeared in his palm with a trembling sound. Then, the blue-gray serpentine dice seemed to be picked up and thrown by an invisible hand. After turning a few times in front of him, a number composed of serpentine patterns appeared. This is the sign and symbol of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. At the same time, on the bronze altar transformed by Hecate's wheel, a divine text floated and flashed, showing clear handwriting. Profanation number 1, complete the defilement of Athena, the goddess of wisdom. What's going on? Just as Lorne looked confused, the 12-sided dice in front of him turned again, and this time the emblem was a musical note and a string, belonging to Apollo, the god of light and prophecy, and the divine text on the bronze altar in his mind also changed accordingly. Profanation 2, destroy a temple of Apollo, the god of light. A strong ominous premonition came to his mind, and Lorne's face changed drastically. He subconsciously reached out to press the 12-sided dice in front of him. However, the dice turned for the third time, and the patterns of several waves came into view, along with a new prompt on the altar. Profanation 3, kill a demigod offspring of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Sensing the 3 lines of oracles that appeared side by side in his mind, and the malice between the lines, Lorne couldn't help sweating profusely, and the joy of being promoted to a demigod disappeared. You seem confused. An elegant and pleasant voice came from the side. A goddess of the road who was responsible for pointing out the way had appeared on the beach at some point, and was sitting gracefully beside a reef, with her feet as white as mutton fat jade immersed in the blue sea, swaying gently. So, lost man, do you need me to answer your questions? The hazy figure with a mysterious temperament turned to Lorne, and a hint of amusement appeared on his half-smiled face. At this moment, Lorne took a deep breath, and looked at Hecate, who was obviously hiding something, with a sullen face. What is going on? A small price to use this thing. Haven't I paid it? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hecate raised her hand, and tapped her forehead, raised her eyes, and looked at Lorne who was approaching with apology, and spoke faintly. Hunting 100 golden level sea beasts, and collecting divinity is just to complete the nutrients for upgrading, just for yourself. This is not the chip to pay to pry open fate. Lorne, who realized that he was being tricked, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He finally understood that in that chess game, he won on the chessboard, while Hecate won outside the chessboard. From the beginning, this woman planned the steps to trick him. Seeing that Lorne's face was getting uglier, Hecate showed a comforting smile. Don't worry, just choose one of the 3. You are not required to do all of them. Lorne sneered, his face still gloomy. Is there any difference? 3 prices. One is to defeat Athena, who is extremely powerful. One is to find a temple of Apollo in the vast Oceanus and destroy it. And the last one is to kill the demigod offspring of Poseidon. No matter which one, it is vaguely filled with death flags. You know, this accidental dice is such a pitfall. He would never cast that number. Wait, it seems that Hecate threw this dice to him after he returned from the underworld. It's just that, because he was wary of this woman, he had kept this thing in Hecate's temple for many years, and he didn't even touch it normally. Thinking of this, Lorne's thoughts suddenly became clear, and all his doubts were solved. His cold eyes fell on the goddess of the road. So, from the beginning, this thing was prepared for me. Didn't you say you wanted to overthrow Olympus? I'm just satisfying your wishes, and guiding you on the right path. Hecate spread her hands, and asked back with a smile. Lorne was speechless and depressed. Sister, I was joking. Who told you to take it seriously? The creditor patted the debtor on the shoulder in a friendly manner, and comforted him kindly. Don't worry, I'm not an evil god. How could I watch you die? So I waited for you to be promoted to a demigod, and have the qualifications to enter before officially opening the curtain of the game. Thank you so much. Realizing that he couldn't default on his debt, Lorne gritted his teeth and expressed his gratitude. Hecate seemed not to hear the strong resentment in the words, and smiled and waved her hand. You're welcome. It's my duty. Lorne was choked again. He was silent for a moment, before he calmed down. He held the 12-sided dice in his hand and spoke softly. So, after I pay the chips, can I leave? You should know that there is only a difference between 0 and countless times in gambling. Hecate smiled and shook her head. The seemingly comforting words in her mouth also extinguished Lorne's last fantasy. But don't worry, this dice will cast points regularly in the future, so that you can have enough chips to sit at the gambling table of destiny and continue gambling. In Lorne's tearful expression, the gambling goddess who successfully pushed the debtor to the gambling table, gave encouragement and blessings. So, I'm looking forward to whether your accidental dice can pry open inevitable fate. If there is a chance, I will definitely not let you down. Lorne forced a smile on his face, maintaining superficial respect, but in his heart he wanted to pin this goddess of fun who pushed him and the 12 main gods of Olympus to the ground and whip her 1,000 times. Hecate smiled and waved her hand, making a gesture of farewell. But at the moment of turning around, she seemed to remember something, turned back suddenly, and kindly reminded, "Oh, by the way, if you don't make a choice within the specified time, just like the dice thrown by chance, the chips paid will be randomly matched. I wish you good luck." In front of the coast, Lorne, who was thinking about how to deal with this gambling goddess after surviving, suddenly shuddered. His face turned green, and a chill ran from his tailbone to the top of his head. But before he could react, the 3 oracles on the bronze altar in his mind faded and disappeared. At the same time, fierce winds and waves rose on the sea, and a burly tall figure fell on the volcanic rock island like a falling meteorite, splashing gravel all over the ground. A low roar with both excitement and cruelty came from the diffuse smoke and dust. "I actually met you here, damn sheep thief." Lorne looked at the huge figure that was as majestic as a hill. His face suddenly changed, and his body subconsciously tightened like a bowstring. It's him. 2 big chapters, a total of 6k completed. The early foreshadowing is over. Next, it's time to come to the popular part of making trouble. The 12-sided dice correspond to the 12 main gods, and which one to pit is completely random. Go back to the book review area, and ask for a wave of tasks to pit the main gods. Use your talents and imagination to increase the strength of the protagonist. The more interesting the better. Chapter 20. The victim arrives. On the volcanic rock island, an arm several meters long, like a bronze cast, with a sharp air explosion, passed through the diffuse smoke and dust, and swung forward. Boom. In an instant, a thunderous explosion sounded, and the whole island trembled. The splashed gravel and dust shot in all directions, like a passing locust, sweeping everything around like a dead tree and a rotten wood. However, a bright golden light stood tall in the storm and shock, and abruptly curbed the sharp fist. Polyphemus. Standing behind the defensive spell, Lorne spoke quietly, his long silver hair dancing wildly in the turbulent airflow, and his slightly narrowed eyes looked at the old enemy in front of him with a ferocious and ugly face, dark skin, and a height of more than 10 meters. Polyphemus, the son of the sea god Poseidon and the sea nymph Teucer, is a cyclops on the island of Sicily who is ferocious and violent by nature, and likes to eat people. At the same time, he was also a neighbor of the island of perilous, and had several encounters with Lorne and Zeus. But obviously, judging from the reaction of the Cyclops, it was definitely not a good encounter. To be precise, he was the victim in the story. As a giant with an amazing appetite, Polyphemus usually raised sheep to save food on Sicily, plus the rich seafood on the Sea of Oceanus, and occasionally some mortal ships that deviated from their course were delivered to the door, serving as side dishes for a feast. Therefore, life was still passable. However, a little mouse with human blood repeatedly came to his island, not only stealing the sheep he had worked so hard to raise, but also letting the imprisoned mortals run away in the chaos, making him live a miserable life of 3 days of hunger and 9 meals. For this reason, the Cyclops was ridiculed by his peers on Sicily for a long time. Although he later learned the origin of this little bastard, Polyphemus was helpless. On the one hand, there is a powerful magic barrier on AI Island, which is difficult to locate. On the other hand, the witch who manages the island is a demigod who is not easy to mess with, and she is also inextricably linked to a certain ancient goddess. So, the unfortunate Cyclops could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. But he didn't expect that today. In order to fill his stomach, he went out to hunt sea beasts, not only accidentally discovered a new island nearby, but also met his hated enemy on it. At this moment, the enemies met, and they were particularly jealous. Polyphemus grinned with a hideous mouth and laughed sinisterly. Haha, little mouse, you finally got out of the hole. This time, without the protection of the woman with bad wings. See where you can run. The rough sound like sandpaper rubbing against glass poured into the ear canal, causing Lorne, who had just been promoted to a demigod, and could not fully control his keen senses, to frown deeply, and his brain turned rapidly during the confrontation. Polyphemus, demigod level, son of Poseidon. It seems that the cheating dice has automatically selected the mission target for him. That is, the third option in the oracle, to kill a demigod offspring of Poseidon. It is said to be random, but it is estimated that this giant happened to be wandering nearby, which perfectly meets the conditions of being a sucker. Of course, this sucker may also include Lorne himself. Okay, Hecate, you are playing with me like this, right? When I get the chance, I will strip you naked and whip you 100 times. 100 times. Seeing that the old enemy Polyphemus could no longer hold back, and launched a new round of attacks with great momentum, and he had no way to avoid it, Lorne swore maliciously in his heart, while withdrawing and pulling away, and his right index finger quickly drew in the air, outlining a series of hermetic characters. The commandments of the earth are added to my body, and the world's profound people listen to my request. Rock spears, rise. Along with the high-speed chanting of the divine words, dozens of hermetic characters in the air constructed a yellow-brown magic base and merged into the earth. At the same time, rock spears several meters long rose from the ground on this volcanic rock island, forming a sharp thorn forest, which was daunting. But the charging Polyphemus just bulged his muscles and waved his arms left and right, and the rock spears along the way were broken one after another. Similarly, the spikes from the ground could not pierce the bronze-like skin and muscles of the Cyclops, and could only leave a shallow blood mark on it. Sure enough, the giant who excels in defense and brute force is not so easy to deal with. Especially, the opponent is a demigod who has been promoted for a long time. Seeing this, Lorne's heart sank. He avoided the frontal fist and retreated flexibly again, trying to maintain a safer casting distance and slowly looking for Polyphemus's weakness. However, the Cyclops, who was skilled in fighting, would obviously not give him this opportunity easily. Where are you going to escape, little mouse? Polyphemus grabbed several rock spears around him with a grim smile and threw them at Lorne. The sharp sound of breaking through the air came in an instant. The astonishing speed and the astonishing destructive power attached to it made Lorne's scalp numb. He subconsciously jumped up and tried to avoid the sharp edge. But as soon as he made a move, several rock spears followed one after another, as if they had predicted his next landing point, and blocked the space around him. Damn it. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lorne cursed inwardly, raised his hands hastily, and used all his strength to open the defense spell. Boom boom boom. The rock spears that fell like meteorites hit the golden red magic barrier one after another, and a deafening roar continued to be heard. The surrounding clouds were torn apart and pushed away by the violent impact force. The Hermes text that constructed the magic barrier was shattered and extinguished one after another, and the crystal cracks spread. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the defensive spell in front of him was completely shattered, and the chaotic magic tide swept in all directions. Puff! Lorne, who suffered the backlash, turned pale, vomited blood, and fell into the sea backwards. What a fool. Polyphemus spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, and a smug grin appeared on his hairy and ugly face. There is a world of difference between the difficulty of raising a sheep and a flock of sheep. Those energetic sheep always run around while eating, and will be out of the sight of the shepherd, if they are not careful. In order to control these dishonest sheep with the least effort and consumption, Polyphemus often throws stones and other objects to drive and intimidate those sheep that run away, so that they turn back obediently and stay in the pasture honestly, waiting for the day to be slaughtered. Over time, he gradually mastered a throwing skill that was almost always accurate. However, since there are few rivals in the nearby sea area, this skill is little known. Unexpectedly, the damned little mouse tasted the bitterness of humiliation just like the big sheep that he had fooled with before. And next, he will also use other means to deal with those stupid sheep to treat the stinky mouse well. So, should we eat it directly? Or should we skewer and roast it? Thinking of the taste of humans, the Cyclops swallowed his saliva, picked up the half-broken rock spear, and strode towards the falling point of Lorne with a grim smile. However, before he took a few steps, there was a strange cracking sound from the volcanic rock island under his feet. Crack. In an instant, spider web-like cracks spread all over the island, and a large amount of seawater turned into a torrent, and gushed out from the cracks, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, the entire island was shattered, and the cracked rock bodies collapsed one after another, dragging the unstable Cyclops into the boundless sea. But, at the same time, violent magic tides surged and gathered beneath the sea, pulling thousands of tons of seawater into blue snakes, which entangled and bit the falling Polyphemus. Chapter 21. Those who drown are all good swimmers. Puff, puff, puff. Facing the entanglement, and squeezing from all directions, the Cyclops was endowed with spiritual water-like snakes that tied up his limbs and bit his body. However, although Polyphemus lacked magical talent, the divine blood from the sea god Poseidon and the sea nymph Teucer gave him the protection of the ocean. The snakes transformed by the seawater could only temporarily restrict his movements, and could not cause effective damage to him at all. Do you think you can drown the offspring of the sea god by dragging me into the water? How stupid. Polyphemus, who was breathing freely in the water, grinned and tore off several water-like snakes in front of him. The single eye on his face was fixed on the figure in the sea that was like a swimming fish rapidly floating up. Damn rat, you still want to run? The Cyclops, who had found his target again, exerted force suddenly. His huge body dragged many entangled water-like snakes, like a fierce sea beast covered with seaweed, chasing the figure and quickly surfacing. Splash. Huge waves exploded on the sea surface, and the splashing sea water scattered and formed a misty water mist. At the moment, when Polyphemus came out of the water, his one eye suddenly condensed, and he immediately raised his right hand and firmly grasped the murderous intent hidden in the haze. A light bronze arrow was intercepted and stopped in front of his face. Little mouse, you can shoot such a soft arrow, don't you have milk? The Cyclops pulled a rough voice, laughing wildly and humiliating. However, in the air, the meal on the plate with a bronze longbow in his hand, pointed to a certain place. Polyphemus subconsciously followed the direction of Lorne's finger, and looked at the front end of the bronze arrow. An inconspicuous small pottery bottle was tied with fine silk, and hung below the arrow. On the bottle body, there seemed to be Hermes characters engraved. One of the circular signs represents the concealment of water, while the other is a triangle shape, with dots of hot light between the textures. Instantly, the disdain on the face of the Cyclops suddenly solidified, and his pupils shrank sharply. Snap. At the same time, a crisp snap of fingers echoed. The bronze arrow in his hand suddenly exploded, and streams of hot liquid splashed onto his face and eyes unexpectedly. In an instant, the air was filled with the pungent stench of rotting flesh, and a strong burning sensation, and piercing pain swept over, and the surroundings were dark. Ah, ah, ah. My eyes. My eyes. Polyphemus hugged his face with one hand, and swept around with the other hand, screaming miserably. The nearby seawater splashed large waves, and poured on the Cyclops' body, unfortunately causing secondary damage, stinging Polyphemus so much, that his face was distorted in pain, and the string of reason in his brain was completely broken. Kill you. Kill you. The Cyclops wailed miserably and cursed viciously. Stinky rat, I'm going to tear off your limbs, twist off your head, take out your internal organs, and then string them on a skewer, let you die bit by bit. However, without the island to stand on, the throwing props, and the throwing skills he was proud of, Polyphemus, floating in the sea, could only vent his anger to the surrounding sea in vain. At this time, Lorne, who had changed his position, and retreated to the distant reef, quietly watched the Cyclops go crazy, with the color in his eyes sharp and calm. Most creatures have a common problem. The more dangerous the situation, the more vigilant they are. But often when they reach a safe area in the field they are good at, they will instinctively relax. Therefore, the advantages that you think you have may become a fatal factor. This is what is called, those who can swim will drown. Polyphemus obviously made the same mistake. His opponent was not a stupid and unresisting lamb, but a demigod who could think and use tools. Fortunately, there were still a few bottles of poison prepared by Zeus, which unexpectedly hit this old enemy hard. Otherwise, Lorne looked at Polyphemus, who had been cursing and waving for half an hour on the sea, and couldn't help but be amazed at the length of the Cyclops' health bar. But judging from the amplitude of his movements, the speed of his reaction, and the strength of his speech, this old enemy floating in the seawater was just a spent force, with not much strength left. Despicable, shameless, kill you, kill you. Polyphemus on the sea kept muttering, and some kind of grief and anger flowed between the lines. With the loss of vision, the poison entered his body, and the Cyclops, who was in a completely disadvantageous position, did not think about escaping after calming down. But the mouse hiding in the dark would occasionally shoot cold arrows and spells to hinder his actions, or cast a few dragon-tooth soldiers to make a noise, making him suspicious and exhausted, and not giving him a chance to withdraw. Therefore, Polyphemus could only let his vitality continue to drain away, waiting to be worn out bit by bit. Finally, after struggling for another half an hour, the wounded Cyclops climbed up a reef, and fell to the ground with a bang. The head buried in the seawater vaguely felt the footsteps approaching behind him through the surge of water waves. However, at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Polyphemus turned his neck, and turned his head with difficulty, revealing his bloody face, where you could almost see the white bones under the skin and flesh, and the surviving throat uttered a vicious curse. "Human bastard, kill me. Father God will definitely not let you go. And, the bird-winged bitch who raised you, you all have to die. You all have to accompany me." Puff. The sharp blade entered the flesh, and the Cyclops' curse stopped abruptly, and the huge head was pierced by a bronze sword. Then, the sword blade stirred, and under the violent impact of magic, the whole head exploded instantly, and the golden red divine blood poured into the seawater, turning into strange bright colors. So much nonsense. Lorne snorted coldly, casually shook off the blood on the sword blade, habitually stretched his body, wanting to welcome the baptism of divinity. However, after a moment, he could only open his eyes disappointedly, and insert the long sword into the scabbard angrily. Sure enough, the power of war was taken back from the moment he was promoted to a demigod, and this shortcut was also blocked. There is really no loophole left. Lorne's eyes passed over Polyphemus's headless corpse, looked at the audience who was holding his fragrant cheeks, and smiling beside the reef, and snorted coldly. "So, are you satisfied with this performance? You are indeed much better than I expected." Hecate admired sincerely, then raised her right hand, and pointed to the sea in the distance, and the upturned corners of her lips outlined a happy arc on her beautiful face. "But it seems like you've got new troubles." Lorne's eyelids jumped, and he channeled his magic power into his eyes, looking far into the distance. Under the sparkling sea, 20 golden blue lights and shadows were rapidly approaching. Their upper bodies looked like humans, wearing gorgeous bronze armor, holding tridents, but their lower bodies had a pair of fish tails, allowing them to move quickly through the water. Among them, there were 3 demigods, and the remaining 17 were all at the peak of the gold level. Lorne's heart was pounding, and his face changed drastically. Atlantis guards. By the way, don't you think all 3 options have pitfalls? Chapter 22. Popularity and Strength. The Atlanteans, the followers of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and the group who regarded themselves as the heirs of Poseidon, had a strong worship of the sea. In the ocean, they were half human and half fish, with hidden gills growing behind their ears, and could breathe freely underwater. When they reached the shore, they could grow legs and switch to human posture, so they could perfectly adapt to the dual environment of land and sea. It is said that this is because they have the blood of Poseidon in their bodies and are favored by the ocean. Some also say that they were old humans who fled to the sea to ask for Poseidon's shelter and were hidden by him when the gods launched a flood to destroy the world. Then they were given the protection of the sea god, and they multiplied and lived on the land called Atlantis, becoming Poseidon's firm followers. But no matter which statement is true, they are the absolute overlords in the area of the Sea of Oceanus, spreading the faith of the ocean and practicing the will of Poseidon. Of course, according to the fine tradition of Greek gods representing fathers, to be kind and sons to be filial, and brothers to be friendly and respectful to younger brothers, this hidden force is actually a chess piece of Poseidon's secret expansion of the divine power of the sea and his desire to encroach on the divine power of the sky. Therefore, even his teacher, the ancient demigod witch Zeus, was quite afraid of talking about these Atlanteans. In addition, as far as Lorne knew, Atlantis was actually a continent hidden in the original ocean, which was divided into 10 districts, that is, 10 kingdoms, and was ruled by the 10 blood descendants of Poseidon. Their management method was similar to that of the Greek city-states. The 10 kings of Atlantis held absolute power in their own territories, and each adopted a different national organization. In order to maintain communication with each other, they gathered in the temple of Poseidon every 5 to 6 years to discuss their relationship and their ruling power. When the agreement was established, they cut the throat of the cow fed in the temple of Poseidon and wrote the resolution clauses on the pillars of the temple of Poseidon with their blood to increase the sacred and inviolable authority of the resolution. According to legend, under the blessing of Poseidon and the protection of the ocean god, each of the 10 kings of Atlantis has the strength close to that of gods. At the same time, the military organization of Atlantis is extremely strict. The country is divided into 90,000 military regions. Each region has a commander who is responsible for dispatching 12 soldiers, 2 horses, a chariot and all the supplies needed. Among them, the most martial are the royal guards, selected from the whole territory of Atlantis. They are independent of the 90,000 military regions, directly responsible to the 10 kings and the temple of Poseidon, and have the power to mobilize the military divisions under their jurisdiction. These elites of the elite not only have strong combat effectiveness, but also each of them has a strong blood of god. Therefore, as the facade under Poseidon, the gold rank is only the entry threshold, and it is not uncommon to have 3 demigods leading the team. But what Lorne didn't understand was why this group of Atlanteans, who were not good at seeing the light, had been active in the primitive ocean outside the Oceanus most of the time in order to avoid being easily lifted up by Zeus, suddenly ran to the inland sea and came all the way to hunt him down. You have killed so many descendants of the blood of the ocean gods and killed a son of Poseidon. As the master of the ocean, the sea god should show some respect. A goddess in charge of newbie guidance smiled and explained with her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, Lorne's face turned black, and he cursed in his heart. Damn, so you are waiting here to increase the intensity for me. I know these 3 options. None of them are without pitfalls. First, defile Athena. Although the word defile is relatively broad, physical touching, verbal stimulation, and actual combat may all be classified as defilement, which seems to be a loophole. But do you really think that Athena's explosive combat power and IQ are just for show? Once you choose this, you can almost declare the feast. Secondly, destroy a temple of Apollo. The key is not the temple, but the connection between the temple and the gods. Not to mention, in this vast sea, where can he find a temple of Apollo? Even if he finds it, the large number of temple guards and priests inside will be enough for him to drink a pot. If he is unlucky, he may be able to directly brush the spirit of Apollo's descent. As for the rhetoric of reconstruction and replacement, this god of light and prophecy is not a fool, and it is not certain whether there is a time limit for the task. Such a tedious operation may not be in time. Finally, kill a demigod heir of Poseidon. This seemingly easiest task also has a big bit. On the one hand, although Polyphemus has an ugly face, he is one of the few beloved sons that Poseidon will miss. In the epic Odyssey, after Polyphemus was stabbed by the demigod hero Odysseus, he prayed to his father Poseidon for revenge on Odysseus. Poseidon, the main god, intervened without caring about his face, summoned huge waves and strong winds, blew Odysseus' ship away from the route home, and made him suffer many hardships. Even so, he was protected by Athena. Athena favors heroes with wisdom. In the epic, Odysseus was favored by Athena and escaped danger many times. But Lorne killed the Cyclops directly, which was basically equivalent to attacking Poseidon. On the other hand, the sacrifices that Lorne had made before he was promoted to a demigod were all sea monsters and sea beasts with the blood of gods. More than 100. As the master of the ocean, Poseidon's ocean and the creatures in it are equivalent to his private property. Even fishermen have to sacrifice to this sea god when they go out to sea to fish. Therefore, even if he is not related to these sea monsters, he will not tolerate such behavior of being abused by outsiders. After all, this is related to his authority as the sea god, and he can't help but react. So, just as Lorne had taken great pains to kill the Cyclops Polyphemus, a wave of Atlantis super soldiers immediately burst out from the sea. According to the itinerary, these Atlantis guards had probably set out while Lorne was hunting Lamia, sirens and other sea monsters. Thinking of Hecate's previous guarantee, Lorne's face darkened. Didn't you say that with the blessing of the dice? What I did, the 12 gods of Olympus wouldn't know? It seems that they were ordered to come here to investigate the cause because of the large-scale death of sea monsters in this area. Hecate pointed to the headless body of the Cyclops and the wisps of golden blood spreading on the sea, and spread her hands helplessly, looking helpless. But you not only killed Poseidon's beloved son in front of them, but also cut off his head. What do you think these Atlantis gods will do? Looking at the Atlantis gods who were approaching the crime scene several kilometers away, following the golden blood stains on the sea, Lorne's eyelids twitched wildly. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and rushed to the cedar boat stored in the middle of the reef in the distance. He didn't know what the Atlantis gods would do next, but Lorne knew what he should do now. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely suffer the consequences. If he didn't run away now, what were he waiting for? Chapter 23. My friend, this is a big gamble. On the Sea of Oceanus, several dragon-toothed soldiers held oars and lined up on both sides of the ship, rowing mechanically and quickly. The magic circle constructed by the hermetic text at the back created a strong wind, pushing the entire cedar boat forward. Did you go the wrong way? The goddess of the dark moon, who had sneaked onto the ship at some point, leaned lazily against the side of the ship and reminded with a smile. It's not too late to turn back now. Turn back? Where to? AIO Island? Rely on that stupid bird. Lorne, who was busy writing hermetic text and constructing a wind field, glanced at Hecate and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Or will you stand up and take the bullet for me? Indeed, there is a gap between demigods. As the daughter of the sun god Helios and the burning fairy Perseus, Circe has been a demigod for a long time. In addition, she is also the favorite disciple of the goddess of magic and witchcraft Hecate. 3 or 2 ordinary demigods cannot pose a threat to her at all. This team of Atlantis gods wanted to break through AIO Island and capture people, but it was not enough. But the gods were not enough. There were still the 10 kings of Atlantis. The 10 kings were not enough. There was still the temple of Poseidon and Poseidon himself. In this Oceanus Sea, demigods are too insignificant after all. Unless Hecate is willing to take action personally. But according to his understanding of this woman, this possibility is infinitely close to zero. Sure enough, Hecate leaned against the cabin leisurely and shook her head with a smile. Since the gambler sits at the gambling table, he should be responsible for his own choices. Then what the hell are you talking about? Since you are on the boat, you might as well help me row a few more times as a ticket. Lorne snorted coldly without any surprise, and maliciously stuffed a paddle into the hands of this noble goddess. Hecate didn't mind this offense. She inserted the paddle into the seawater and paddled it casually, while her eyes were still on Lorne, looking at him with interest. You seem to care about her safety? Lorne, who was busy saving himself in front, was slightly stunned, and then he said lightly without turning his head, I just don't want to do useless work. Hecate smiled and asked meaningfully, so, you cut off your retreat the moment you left the island? Lorne frowned and did not answer, but increased the output of magic power, and took advantage of the Atlantis guards not yet surrounding them to keep as far away as possible. Go west. The goddess of the moon spoke leisurely, and dropped the oar in her hand, clapped her hands, and stood up gracefully. This is a parting advice. Perhaps there is the help you need there. The ethereal and pleasant female voice turned from high to low and gradually disappeared, and the graceful figure on the side of the ship also disappeared without a trace. Believe it, or not? Lorne hesitated. After a moment of hesitation and thinking, he made up his mind, and ordered the dragon-toothed soldiers to operate the ship and sail towards the flaming sunset on the sea. The sun was setting in the west, and the watery night passed over the sky and flooded onto the island of Aiu. As the temperature difference between day and night changed, the eagle witch, who was sitting on the quilt in bed and had a very bad sleeping posture, sneezed heavily, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and woke up from a hangover. Little piglet? Lorne? Circe muttered a few words subconsciously, and the vague voice echoed inside and outside the empty treehouse. Where did you go? The witch stretched, got out of bed barefoot, and came to the living room. The empty dining table was free of messy cups and plates, and the kitchen was also cleaned up. Both tableau and kitchen utensils were neatly stacked in the most convenient place. In the middle of the living room, a half-human high-pink piglet with flannel as the skin and feathers as the filling was placed on a chair, looking naive, small and soft. Circe screamed with excitement, rushed forward quickly, hugged the pink piglet in her arms, and squeezed it hard. At the same time, a piece of papyrus slipped from the piglet's back and fell to the ground. Circe's eyes swept across the paper, and she stood there in a daze, staring at the empty living room in front of her. Her pretty face, half immersed in the night, was buried in the doll in her arms. Her expression could not be seen clearly, and her pearly teeth unconsciously bit her cherry lips. The increasingly rich night outside the window spread, gradually pulling the petite figure into the long darkness and silent loneliness. The bright moonlight fell, and the purple-haired goddess leaned on the tree branch, looking at the scene in the courtyard. A trace of pity flashed in her dark and deep eyes, and a silent sigh was revealed from her pursed lips. Although the accidental dice turned the inevitable gear, you don't know whether this result is better or worse for you. Then, the goddess shook her head, and a happy smile appeared on her face. But at least, this world has more possibilities. At the same time, in Olympus, in front of the flowery temple of Aphrodite, a burly figure with boiling blood rushed into the bedroom of the goddess of love and beauty and shouted loudly, "Aphrodite, dear, come out. Come out to see me." At this moment, the goddess of beauty who was taking a nap in the pink gauze was awakened. She stretched out her white arms to open the curtains and looked at her old lover in front of the bed with sleepy eyes. She couldn't help but frown slightly, and her face was a little unhappy. "What's wrong again? I can do it. I can do it again." Ares grabbed Aphrodite's hand and announced excitedly. At this time, the goddess of beauty, who had just woken up from a nap, was dressed coolly, with only a thin gauze covering her body. And that enchanting and graceful figure, in this hazy, showed a more attractive charm. Ares couldn't help but feel dry mouth and tongue, and the vigorous blood gathered towards a certain place at the same time, as if there was a ball of fire burning in his body. Suddenly, Aphrodite, who was originally listless on the bed, raised her eyebrows, and a different kind of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. The rolling pink licked her moist cherry lips and spoke leisurely. "Then, my most courageous warrior king, let me test whether your sword is still as sharp as before." Accompanied by the joyful murmur, Aphrodite's waist was like a water snake, and her upper body was tilted back from the bedside, and she tested the warrior king from bottom to top. Such a soul-stirring scene made Ares unable to control himself, and he rushed up like an angry bull with a low roar. A fierce war then began as usual. However, unlike usual, in a corner beside the temple road, a pair of flame-colored eyes were staring at the goddess's bedroom, where a collision sound was heard. Bloodshot eyes gradually filled the eyes, and two muscular arms were tightly clenched. Intense humiliation and anger gathered on the dull and honest face. What Hermes said was true. This couple, how many gods were directly pitted by this operation? Poseidon, yes, Aphrodite, my dears, please vote and read. According to the recommendation mechanism of Gideon, if you keep raising new books, you will die. Chapter 24 Friends, there are two more chances. The night of Oceanus poured down on the sea, creating shimmering ripples. On a desolate island, sparse vegetation grew in disorder, and a suppressed groan could be heard faintly from a cave, covered by dead vines. Ding dong with the crisp sound of metal collision, two deformed gold and bronze arrowheads fell to the ground, with several pieces of torn flesh hanging on the sharp cone blades on both sides. Leaning against the side of the stone wall, Lorne spat out the bitten wooden strip in his mouth, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and endured the piercing pain. Then, he took a breath, and while applying medicine to his injured left shoulder and right leg with trembling hands, he looked at the half-cut metal arrow shaft on the ground with delicate wave patterns carved on it, and faint starlight floating on the broken end, cursing inwardly. "Ali Steel. A bunch of losers." The so-called orichalcum, also known as mountain copper, is a mysterious metal widely mined in the legend of Atlantis. It has extremely superior hardness, toughness and magic conductivity. It is an excellent material for making magic weapons and even god-made weapons. It was mentioned in Homer's epic that the crown and earrings of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, were made of this kind of orichalcum. In mysticism, wizards and witches usually call it the three major magic mines together with mithril and crystal. If used properly, it can produce powerful power and even cause damage to the body of the gods, not to mention demigods. The injuries on Lorne's body were caused by the Atlantis guards using special orichalcum secret arrows during the sea chase that lasted for half a month. They chased me for more than half a month and shot me with orichalcum secret arrows that were as valuable as gold. Is it necessary? Didn't I just sacrifice more than 100 sea monsters, kill a demigod illegitimate son of Poseidon, and kill you on the way? Let me count. 1, 4, 5, 7, 8 golds, and seriously injured a demigod deputy captain? After carefully accounting for his own record, Lorne couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling a little guilty. Well, it was indeed a bit heavy, but there was nothing he could do about it, because the group of Atlanteans saw him and bit him like a thin dog chasing a rabbit. In a life and death situation, his own life was in danger. It was impossible for him to show mercy and count on the other side's kindness to remember him, right? TSK, it seems that this matter is not negotiable. While Lorne was depressed and complaining, he tore off a few pieces of clean cloth and bandaged the slowly healing wound. He closed his eyes and leaned against the stone wall, meditating to restore his magic and physical strength. At the same time, his mind was racing, recalling the thrilling experience in the past half-month. At first, he finally chose to believe the advice of Hecate. After all, she would have fun if he was alive. So, Lorne drove his boat westward before the Atlanteans surrounded him. But it was a pipe dream to outrun the Atlanteans who were blessed by the sea god on this oceanus sea. In just 3 days, he was caught up by the Atlantean guards, who were biting behind him. As a last resort, Lorne could only bite the bullet and retreat while fighting. In the end, he almost exhausted all means, and took his own boat to tear open the defense line of the Atlanteans and successfully broke through. But in this vast oceanus sea, without a ship, his mobility was greatly reduced. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to be blocked on a deserted island by the persistent Atlanteans. This time, Lorne was not so lucky. After using favorable terrain and magic traps set up in advance to quietly kill 3 gold rank Atlantis guards, he was first chased by the group of mad dogs all over the mountain, and then shot by 2 arrows. In the end, he had to jump into the sea, detonate the entire deserted island, and escape in the chaos. Fortunately, the secret ceremony that upgraded him to a demigod allowed him to indirectly gain some good underwater activity capabilities while absorbing the divinity of hundreds of divine blood sea monsters. In addition, there are countless islands of all sizes in the Greek Age of Gods. Only then did Lorne find a remote deserted island nearby, rest for a while, and get a temporary respite. But this kind of peace will definitely not last long. The group of mad dogs who are fighting with him will find him sooner or later after searching the surrounding area. So, this is not gambling, it is clearly gambling with your life. As Lorne gnashed his teeth and greeted a certain gambling goddess, the waning moon rose to the zenith under the night sky, and the crisp sound of 3 dice falling with the arrival of midnight rang in his mind one after another. Along with it, 3 oracles on the bronze altar appeared, which corresponded to the emblems of the gods revealed by the 3 throws. Task 1, complete a blasphemy against Apollo. Task 2, complete a blasphemy against Zeus. Task 3, complete a blasphemy against Hera. Here it comes again. Lorne raised his hand weakly, and among the 3 phantoms that appeared in front of him, he pointed at the second one, and cursed with gritted teeth. Zeus, you black-bellied trash, shameless pit-father thing, you only know how to sow seeds. I curse you to walk with the help of the wall, spit blood. The firepower output did not last for a few words, and the second oracle in front of Lorne was shattered into starlight like dust. At the same time, a bronze badge with the ring of Ouroboros, engraved on both sides emerged from the void and fell into Lorne's hands. Lorne did not even look at it, but casually sketched a few hermetic characters and threw it into the formed magic circle. The 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and air constitute the essence of the world, so the hermetic characters with this nature can also construct similar small independent spaces through the magic circle, making it a convenient tool for storing magicians' personal belongings. At this moment, the bronze badge in Lorne's hand was thrown into the magic circle, and a crisp sound of metal collisions came. A dozen identical bronze badges were thrown in there to eat dust. A pile of garbage. Lorne glanced at them, and was not interested in them at all. After all, this kind of lowest level chips dropped by the daily book, placed on the gambling table, can only play a friendly game of house, which is of no help to his current situation. Instead of wasting energy on these things, it is better to see what useful things can be dropped by the weekly book. While muttering in a bad mood, Lorne stretched out his hand, and the 12-sided dice stored on the bronze altar fell into his palm. 3 oracles shining with silver light appeared in front of him. Trial 1. Win a battle and complete an insult to the god of war. Completed. Trial 2. Hunt a divine blood sea beast and complete an insult to the god of the ocean. Completed. Trial 3. Destroy a semi-god weapon and complete an insult to the god of craftsmanship. Uncompleted. At the same time, the first 2 oracles turned into starlight and spread out, turning into 2 silver badges of the same shape. With the 2 silver badges in hand, Lorne's gloomy face finally showed a hint of joy. Now, he finally has the money to draw 2 more cards. Chapter 25. My friend, I lost miserably. In the cave, Lorne played with the serpentine 12-sided dice in his hand, and his complicated eyes fell on it, with a feeling of love and hate. Wanting to go against fate, overthrow Olympus, and pull the king of gods off the throne, is nothing short of a gamble with slim chances of winning. But for gamblers, without gambling capital, they are not qualified to sit at the table, let alone have the opportunity to win big with a small investment. And these badges are the chips that Hecate promised to give to Lorne before. To be more precise, it should be this accidental dice that gave it to him. Of course, everything has a price. In order to get these chips of different specifications and values, Lorne must complete the corresponding oracle issued by this 12-sided dice. And based on the exploration and research in the past half month, he roughly understood the operating rules of this thing. First of all, there are currently 3 types of oracles issued by the dice, divided by difficulty. The first type is refreshed once every morning, with a deadline of 1 day. The danger level is lower than his strength, and it is classified as a mission. Usually, you can complete it easily with the brain and hands, and the reward is a bronze badge. The second type is refreshed once every Monday, with a deadline of 1 week. The danger level is equivalent to his strength, and it is classified as a trial. It is relatively difficult, and requires careful handling to pass it safely. The reward is a silver badge. The third type has an irregular refresh time and an irregular deadline, and the danger level is far beyond his strength level. It is named blasphemy, which is often full of dangers, and requires him to fight for his life, almost escaping death. The reward is a gold badge. According to the specifications of the reward, this is a bit like the 3 ranks of champion, runner-up and third place in the ancient Greek Olympic Games. However, Lorne, who used to work in a game company, is more accustomed to using the refresh time and difficulty level classification, calling it daily book, weekly book, high difficulty book. Generally speaking, every time the refresh time comes, the 12-sided dice will be thrown 3 times randomly, and the 12 main gods of Olympus will appear on the points to decide who to pit. For example, the 3 objects selected in today's daily book are Apollo, the god of light, Zeus, the king of gods, and Hera, the queen of heaven. However, as mentioned before, the difficulty of the daily book is quite limited, and the range of choices and the standards for completing the task are also quite broad. Cursing a few words from a distance, spitting at the temple of the gods, stealing the tributes of the gods, and so on are all fine. If you don't want to use your brain, you can also attack the objects of their protection. For example, catching some seafood to make soup without praying is considered to be ignoring Poseidon, the god of the sea. Deliberately trampling on flowers and crops is an insult to Demeter, the god of agriculture. Shooting down a few birds for barbecue is an insult to Zeus, the god of the sky. As for killing some pigeons, swans, laurel trees, etc., which correspond to the symbols of the gods, they can basically be counted as completing the task. Moreover, facing the 3 options of the daily book, Lorne does not need to complete all of them, but only needs to choose one of the 3, which further reduces the difficulty of the task. In theory, as long as he is not so stupid as to commit suicide, and actively increases his strength, and stubbornly goes to find trouble with demigod heroes, hidden bosses, top-level monsters, and the spirits of the gods, the daily book will not pose any threat to him. As for the weekly book, this thing is more mysterious. According to the specific regulations and task objectives, the results of the swipes are all up to luck. For example, the 3 options in this weekly book either require you to go and fight with the group of Atlantis mad dogs, or there is a great risk of exposing yourself, or you will destroy your martial arts and make it more difficult to escape. If you are not careful, you will lose your life, which is worthy of the difficulty of the weekly book. By the way, although the weekly book only requires you to complete 1 task every week, you can also actively increase your strength within this week and achieve multiple goals with a total limit of 3. Of course, the risk factor will increase linearly and the cost will be quite tragic. After a week of tossing and turning, Lorne barely completed 2 tasks under the eyes of those Atlantis mad dogs, but he himself was almost shot into a sieve by the secret arrows of Olympus steel. If he hadn't habitually left himself a few tricks, he might have passed the first 7. As for the last, high difficulty, the triggering mechanism is still unclear. So far, Lorne has only encountered it once, which was the greeting gift of this 12-sided dice after he was promoted to a demigod. Since it is called high difficulty, the content is more or less inhuman and tortured. Whether it is defilement of Athena, single pass of the Temple of Apollo, or facing the Atlantis guards, any of these 3 items is a high-end game. If it weren't for the fact that Lorne himself was so tough, he could still be alive and kicking after being struck into the deep sea by the God King and was taught a lesson by Hecate and raised as a monster by Zeus for 16 years, and he developed a strong vitality and super high adaptability. He estimated that 8 out of 10 of the other demigod heroes would be food. Fortunately, this kind of high difficulty seems to require a unique trigger mechanism, and the interval is at least calculated in months, so he doesn't have to worry about one wave after another. Lorne sorted out his thoughts, raised his hand to pinch his frowning eyebrows, and then opened his eyes and looked at the 2 silver badges and the serpentine 12-sided dice in his hands. The so-called high risk and high reward. Let him work hard to complete the oracle task, and then the badges issued are not just decorations that can be used for viewing. They are chips for a comeback and opportunities to pry open the current crisis. Lorne took a few deep breaths, rubbed the serpentine 12-sided dice in his hand, and muttered to himself, "Bless me, dice lady, don't cheat this time. Bless me with Hermes. I'm in a hurry to run away. Or Athena and Zeus will do. At worst, Ares will do. Just blow up the opponent." As he said that, he held his breath and threw the dice in his hand. The blue-gray 12-sided dice spun on the ground for several circles and then stopped slowly, revealing the patterns of several rose petals. At the same time, a silver badge in Lorne's hand disappeared and turned into a silver oracle rune, which appeared on the bronze altar in his mind. Aphrodite's favor, the goddess of love and beauty, grants you attraction to the opposite sex for 1 week. Lorne was speechless and cursed in his heart. Are you kidding me? It's urgent. What's the use of this buff? Are you expecting that the Atlantis guards on the opposite side are all gay and then sell their asses to the opposite side? After secretly complaining for a few words, Lorne took a deep breath again and forced a deformed smile on his stiff face. Don't be angry, don't be angry, there is still 1 chance. Try your best, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Lorne tried his best to prepare himself mentally, picked up the 12-sided dice on the ground, shook his hands, and then made up his mind and threw down the dice of fate that would determine whether he could be saved. The blue-gray dodecahedron bounced a few times on the uneven rock ground, rolled into a low-lying area, and finally stopped steadily. Several clusters of flame patterns came into view. At the same time, the last chip in Lorne's hand also disappeared and turned into an oracle on the bronze altar. Blessing of Hephaestus, obtain a repair of damaged creations, demigod quality and below. What the hell, you two are playing a trick on me, right? At this time, what use is a blessing of the craftsman god? Repair my own tomb in advance, or carve monument in advance? Seeing that 2 of the 12 main gods had thrown out such unlucky things, Lorne could no longer hold back and looked at the crappy 12-sided dice in his hand with tears in his eyes. My friend, I really lost miserably. The dice girl is online and can be teased. Please support, collect and vote, and add another chapter before 12 o'clock tonight. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.